COSA, the Central Ontario Standardbred Association, proudly serving Ontario horse people with integrity and accountability. Collaborative, supportive, helping to ensure a vibrant harness racing industry. Lifetime membership is free and there are many benefits. Become a new member today. COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. To find out more, visit cosaonline.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. I'm your track announcer, Shannon Sugar Doyle, with you for the pregame, setting up this evening's action. As mentioned, 11 races tonight over a fast track. It's partly cloudy skies out there tonight, but just a beauty evening for a horse race in the Forest City of Ontario. We got our opening night over and done with last evening, and you know what? Solid handle throughout the night. I think just shy of $400,000 wagered last night. Natasha Day with a driving double, teamed up with Brett Lester with a pair of winners last evening. You know what? Horses could win from anywhere last night. We've seen quite a few gate-to-wire winners. We saw quite a few coming from way back. How about Burlesque Sealster, Alfie Carroll, Vintage Alfie, circling the field about 5 deep into the final turn with Burlesque Sealster. We loved her last night. Slip into Glide. The old trotter, 13-year-old trotter, picked up his 50th career victory there for Tyler Jones, Courtney Robson. That was great to see. And the feature going to Pat McGarry, his Raceway debut, and he picked up his first North American victory since coming from the land down under. Pat McGarry taking the added distance finale feature last evening. So, yeah, good things to come on this Tuesday evening at the Raceway. All 11 races, of course, featured on HPIBet.com. And those of you playing through south of the border, you can play through TVG as well. We'll be passing along some picks and ticket ideas for them to throw up on their website as well. Alrighty then, let's get a look at some ticket ideas. First race will begin the HPIBet Pick 5 play. Race number 1, a ticket idea for me. I'm all over the one, American Rose in the opener. She got roughed up last time from post 7 over Flamborough. The start before that, she just missed trying to go all the way. And I love her with the rail advantage tonight. Todd Clements, 4th time for Todd. Paul McKenzie stays on for the drive. Love that one as a key player in the opening leg of the Pick 5 play. Over in race number 2, we're looking at the 1, 3, and 5. That is Best Watch Out on the Rail, then Shadowy, or PL Porsche for the home team here. Lauren House training and driving there for Ryan Clements and Prince Lee Akers. PL Porsche has had a start, so she does have a little bit of experience behind her. Lightly raced, a 2-year-old Sunshine Beach filly. I'm going to include her for a price in that second leg. Leg 3, probably one of the most wide open events of the night. Scratch the 8 Dad's Princess, so it leaves a field of 7. That leaves me with an all button. Nothing really jumping off the page there in the 3rd. Let's go with the all button. We've keyed up another in the 4th. In number 4, a Black Diamond, Colin Kelly on for Kyle Bossens. Connections will try for 3 in a row with that Better Than Cheddar filly. And we've gone deep in the 5th and final leg. We're using a 1, 3, 5, 6, and 8. If you want to play along with that Pick 5 ticket idea, $21 even on a 20-cent wager. Another wager that takes a lot of action here in London for a long time. The Pick 4 plays. We feature a couple of them tonight, beginning in races 4 and 8. The early Pick 4, we're going to stay on the key with number 4, a Black Diamond to kick things off. Stay with the 5 of them in the 5th, 1, 3, 5, 6, and 8. We've gone 5 deep in race 6 as well. Lux, Last, Bluegrass, Timida by Emma, Who Said Not to, Phone In, Mystic Messenger, any one of those 5, I think. And in the 7th race, 1, 2, 5, and 8, it's the return of Simon Said. He hasn't raced since February. It was late February in London. It's been put away for more than a few months, but the winning qualifier for Woodbine, Mohawk Park there on the, well, late September, says he's good to go. I like Simon Said for the win tonight, but I've also included 1, 5, and 8. $20 even on a 20-cent early pick 4 suggestion. Race 6 to start up a late pick 5 in London. And yeah, keeping things pretty much the same throughout the, using the same as what I played through the early pick 4. So 5 deep onto 4, onto 3. And then in the 9th race, we're using 2 and 6. Race number 9, the 2 Doc Finelli. For me, that horse is better than he's showing. I remember him in London. He was very tough to go by when he made front, and that's what I'm liking him to do tonight. In race number 9, it's the strong combo of Colin Kelly and Kyle Bossens teaming up with 2 Doc Finelli in the 9th. I'll also use the 6 Captain Ray, who's coming in for trainer Lindsay Kerr, Travis Henry on board that. Key play for me on this late pick 5, it's the 10th race trotting group, number 3, Timeout Houdini. Just not himself in recent starts, but if he brings anything close to his A game, I don't think they can touch him in there. Race 10, number 3, Timeout Houdini will be my key on the late pick 5, final leg, 20 center, $24 even. Let's set up that late pick 4 play then too. That begins in race number 8, and again, I'm going to use the same players that I used in the pick 5 play for races 8, 9, and 10. There is a late pick 4 that we were going to bring up there, folks. Late pick 4 play. There we go. Doom, 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 doom. We're getting there. 27 minutes post time, race number 1. It's a late pick 4 that will begin in race number 8. We're, there we go. 5, 6, and 7 then to open it up. Stay with the 2 and 6. Stay with that key play in the 10th race. And number 3, Timeout Houdini. And if we make it through the 10th, we're going to cash because we've got that all button hit in race number 11 with a field of 9. A 20-cent wager, the way it's looking on the screen, $10.80. We're doing this live, by the way. Nothing recorded here, so you're getting what you're seeing. Best bet segment then. Yeah, we're ready for it. Let's bring up the best bets graphics for this evening's race card. Guest handicappers tonight include Lou Sorella, Robert Reed Jr. joined us this evening as well, Ontario Racing with their thoughts. My best bet on the night's card, it's my key play for the pick 5 in race 1, number 1, American Rose. She was roughed up in her latest, gets a rail advantage to work with in there. Robert Reed Jr. will be joining us tonight for some between race commentary and more. We'll introduce Robert live following the program changes this evening. Robert Reed Jr. Chasing after a bit of value here in race number 7. He's going to the 5, note to self, Hanover, 4-1 morning line, dropping down in class. And I've mentioned it lots of times before. The combination of Colin Kelly and Kyle Bossens teaming up, that's a strong combination here. First time Kelly Bossens for note to self, Hanover, Robert Reed Jr.'s best bet selection on tonight's card in race number 7. A few more best bet ideas. We'll continue on here. For Ontario Racing, they've gone to race number 8. The 5, You Are Driving Me Nuts, added Lasix last time, and it worked out well. And got the job done. We'll try to double up. Hey, it's another player tonight for Colin Kelly, Kyle Bossens. They could be in for a big night tonight, folks. Colin Kelly aboard for Kyle Bossens, number 5, You Are Driving Me Nuts, a best bet selection for Ontario Racing, and Lou Sorella, the hashtag Lou knows, chasing after number 6, Groovy Joe. In our 11th and final race, Lou says Groovy Joe is facing much easier now, and it will be go time tonight. Let's hope so. I got that one pegged for a win myself. That's going to do it then for the pregame. And again, it's all 11 races featured on HBI Bet. You can watch and wager through HBIBet.com. Playing from south of the border, you can play through TVG. We're glad you're with us tonight. Enjoy all 11 races here in London, Ontario. It's half-mile harness racing action. We are the number 2 track in Canada for wagering, harness racing wagering, second only to Woodbine Mohawk Park. Good luck tonight. Enjoy the races. Good evening once again, everyone, and welcome to the Raceway at Western Fair District. Now from up top and a little bit out of breath, your track announcer Shannon Sugardoyle with you for the program changes on this evening's card. We're about 15 minutes away from race number 1, track condition rated fast, 14 Celsius, about 57 Fahrenheit. Pick 5 play to begin this evening's race card. Changes coming right up. Just going to grab my breath. Stand by. Just getting word that production has just received some late changes, so we're going to give them time to fill those in. We'll coast along, though, here for races 1 and 2. I believe there are no changes for the first and second race this evening. In race number 3, it's going to be Scott Coulter now driving number 4, Your Time Dolly. And a couple of scratches now. The 7 Serona Sealster came out. The 8 Dad's Princess came out earlier. Now it's a reduced field of 6 in the third. And again, that's where I've suggested maybe the all button is a good fit for that middle leg of the pick 5. Think about it. Races 4 through 8. No changes at the Raceway. Races 4 through 8 appear to be clear thus far. 9th race, number 5, Thunder Romps. Thunder Romps comes out, scratch number 5 from the 9th. 10th race, race number 10, no changes. And the 11th and final, it's an added distance, mile and a 16th preferred 3 event. Great looking finale to cap off this evening's action. Again, that's a preferred 3 event going a mile and a 16th on the pace in the 11th and final. We'll look forward to that, our feature on tonight's race car. We're about 12 minutes away from race number 1. And at this time, proud to introduce to you a new team member for our Raceway broadcast on Tuesday evenings. Robert Reed Jr. Will be joining us on our Tuesday evening race cards throughout the race meet. Robert will have selections, best bets, and between race commentary and more. So Robert Reed Jr., there he is. Great to have you with us. How did this come to be?
Well, I'm thrilled to be here. And, well, listen, the new boss man, Tony Elliott, gave me a call. And, I mean, when Tony Elliott gives you a call and asks you to do this gig, I jumped right at it because obviously I was the on-air capper for Grand River throughout the summer. And when I was asked to do this job and work with you, Sugar, I couldn't resist. Absolutely excited to be here. I've always loved racing here at the Raceway, have fond memories racing my own here, and even coming out to the end-of-year banquets, too, which we've had some fun at, Sugar. Yeah,
you bet. Love our banquets, and I do hope we get back to holding a banquet. And you know what? Not too many tracks do those banquets across Canada anymore. I mean, and we usually have anywhere between 200 to 300. Would rival the attendance at the O'Brien Awards, really. So, yeah, we'll look forward to possibly hosting a banquet here in the earlier part of 2022, and so glad to have you with us for this race meet. I'll tell you what, tough capping right off the beginning of a meet here in London. Wasn't so bad last night, right? Because it's chalky. It was pretty chalky. You have to admit. I went 6 for 11, but many people went probably 8 for 11 last night. It was like that, but. You've got a pretty good read working Grand River through the summer. You've got a pretty good read on these horses coming in, where myself, I've been sort of put on the shelf for about 6 months. I spent most of the summer in PEI and over around Churro, so I wasn't tuned in as much as you would have been for the horses. So you've probably got a pretty good handle on things coming into the Raceways meet.
I hope so. I mean, listen, you know these horses better than anyone, and look, we've got a great assortment of cappers here at the Raceway. But yeah, I do have a bit of a handle from working at Grand River throughout the summer, and listen, I think that the colony here at the Raceway is incredible. We have some amazing horse people here. We've got some unbelievable driving talent and trainers alike. So I'm really excited to see that, and Colin Kelly dominated the meet at Grand River. Looking forward to see what he's going to do at the Raceway. And last night, Natasha Day with 2 wins. She's been driving fantastic lately and won the women's championship for Ontario as well. So that was pretty neat.
Yeah, and I believe she was leading driver at Clinton, and that is no easy task. It's a pretty deep driving pool up there on the Sunday afternoons. The one she won there with Sports Zipper or something like that. Anyway, it was close. I mean, Travis Henry was coming from last, and you know what? The camera angle for the photo finish here in London, it's right on top of the finish line, so it's kind of deceiving. I know I had some messages. How did the 5 hang on? They thought Travis got there. For me, it was too close to call, but we are right on top of the action here. There's really basically no tarmac below me, so that finish line can be deceiving. Any close photos, I just leave it up to the photo finish guy.
Yeah, the one thing that Gary Guy taught me over at Grand River was be careful calling the photos, and it's much tougher, I think, at the Raceway, because a couple times on the live broadcast I was wrong, and that usually ends up with a couple of nasty messages on Twitter. So I've learned to just kind of stay quiet until the judges put up the winner.
Right on. Well, one thing we do have a strong social media presence. We'll continue with that this evening. Thanks so much to everybody that plays along at the Raceway and plays along on Twitter as well. Robert Reid Jr., you get a best bet selection later on this evening. I mentioned it on the pregame show. Colin Kelly, Kyle Bossens, always a strong combo here, but they look live in many races this evening.
Yeah, I got the pleasure to watch them all meet at Grand River, and you know what? I see their horses come out. They're always, Kyle Boston's horses are always ready to roll, and Colin Kelly, there's no one better really than him getting them off the gate. And note to self, Hanover tonight, my best bet of the evening, first time for that combination and dropping down in class, and I think he might get overlooked in there. And I did look throughout the card, and I think I've got them on top in multiple races. So I'm hoping they have another big night this evening, like I saw so many times over at the River.
All righty, then. That is Robert Reid Jr. now with us. Tuesday evening commentary, selections. He's got the gift of gab, I could tell. Me, not so much, but we're doing okay. We got some good chemistry thus far, Robert. I think we'll be all right. Robert will be joining us maybe prior to post parades. Myself and Robert probably hamming it up. Well, between races, following the post parades, talking up and hyping up the race that is going to be coming up in front of you. And so this is how we're doing it. Everything is live. The pre-games are live. Those have been fun thus far. But you know what? Always room for improvement, and that's what we strive for. And this is why we brought in Robert Reid Jr. for our Tuesday evenings cards. And we're glad to have you with us. Good luck tonight, Robert. And we'll be chatting with you soon. We got about 6 minutes to go for race number 1, the pick 5 play, guaranteed pool, low takeout. It's a go-to wager, just like our pick 4s, and there you have it. Best of luck to all playing along tonight, and 6 minutes to go on race number 1 of 11. As mentioned, guest handicappers tonight, Lou Sorella, Robert Reed Jr. with us for the Tuesdays Ontario Racing, providing picks. Myself, best of luck playing along or coming up with your own selections, ticket ideas this evening. We're about 2 minutes away from race number 1. And a post parade coming up. Fast track conditions here in London. London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action here in Ontario. Alrighty, stepping out on a post parade for race number 1. It's a field of 8. It'll be 7 on gate plus a trailer here. It's the start of the HBI Bet Pick 5 play. Getting a look at number 1, American Rose for owners Brittany Cullen along with Paul McKenzie. Todd Clements trains, McKenzie drives.
From post 2, it'll be Seal the Dark, Anthony Hahn for Colonel Schneider Jr., the trainer's Cassidy Schneider. Here's a look at 3, bottom of the 9th, Rob Shepard on board for Jefferson Davis, the trainer's Melissa Lamoureux. Up the credit with Art is 4, Austin Sorey for James Wilson, the trainer's Jacob Murray. Scott Coulter with us tonight. Welcome back, Scott. Driving 5, Tierra Dancer for owner-trainer Les Poussin. Havarti 1. Post 6, Brett MacDonald for owner-trainer Ryan Stewart. Be the outside chance for number 7, Be Vanish for owner Dale Kerr. Jared Bako conditions. Colin Kelly in the sulky. And as mentioned, one lone trailer here. It'll be the 8, Better Watch It. Greg Drew owning, training, and driving. Those are your 8 pacers for the opener. It's a daily double, exactor try, super effect at the start of the HBI Bet Pick 5 play. As mentioned, we go 7 starters on gate plus a trailer. Eyeing up the Pick 5 pool, we're going up at over $10,000 right now. And there's still plenty of time to fire in here on a Pick 5 play. Moments away from the start of race number 1. And we've already introduced our newest team player for the Raceway, Robert Reed Jr., setting up the action between races tonight. And Robert Reed Jr., glad you're with us. And we're getting a look right now at Colin Kelly scoring down with a Jared Bako trainee.
Be Vanish looks good on the track right now, and always worried about the outside draw, and the 7-hole is no joke at any half-mile track. I would say maybe doesn't hurt them as much here as they do at some of the other tracks like Grand River, but right now, Be Vanish looks pretty good scoring down, and I think Colin Kelly is tipping his hand at what he wants to do.
Yeah, you bet. One thing about the start at the Raceway here at Western Fair District, they don't actually get let go at the start line. They get a pretty good run on the straightaway. So if you've got any kind of serious gate speed on the outside, post 6 or 7 here, drivers are not afraid to leave. Billy Davis Jr. Used to tell me, when you go to London and you're leaving post 7 and you've got gate speed, you're leaving London time. So, yeah, something to think about. Don't be afraid to play those outside post starters, especially at the added distance of 1.16 miles. When you've got serious gate speed on the outside, no worries. So here we are setting up race number 1, my top selection, and I believe you like this one too, American Rose. She got roughed up last time out, but that rail advantage tonight's got to help her big time.
Yeah, big time. 2 starts back, had that rail. Fernando Downs finished second. Last time, post 7 there. Very difficult spot and a real tough trip for American Rose. Finished third still to Be Vanish, who we just saw a moment ago. I just love the fact this one gets the inside to work from now, does have that gate speed. Todd Clements is a capable trainer, and we got Paul McKenzie in the bike. I think this one's going to push out to the early lead, or at least get away in the 2-hole at worst and be difficult to beat.
Right on. We're on the same page pretty much as far as picks go. We both like the odd-numbered superfecta here. We're both liking the 1 to win and the 3 for second, bottom of the 9th. What can you tell me about this Melissa Lamoureux trainee, Rob Shepard, on board the 3?
I have a very fond memory of this horse actually back in March. That lone win on the card was actually my best bet in the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park on that occasion, and it was a real solid effort, 55-3 on the front end. Now that's back in March, and we've seen maybe some dull performances on the card since then, but bottom of the 9th is kind of scary in here, especially from post 3, and what we don't see really on the program page right now is this one does have early foot off the gate. So I think that if she gets put into play, she could be the one in here to upset the favorite, but she is taking support down to 2 to 1.
Right on, bottom of the ninth, a second choice currently, and the pick 5, well supported here thus far, Rob. It's going to go up over $12,000. We had a strong showing race 1 last night, betting over $51K in the opener, and strong support once again. Lots of late money does come in here in London. Lots of money comes in from south of the border. Best of luck if you're playing along from the States tonight, likely playing through TVG and other sources. All 11 races you can watch and wager on here in Canada through HBIBet.com. We are now seconds away from race number 1. Any final additions here, Robert Reed Jr. for the opener?
Rose is my top selection, 8-5. Obviously, taking that support. Bottom of the ninth. I mean, for me, I think it sets up to be those two. I like the way B Vanish looked on the track, but I still got to steer clear from that from post 7. So I'm going to keep it pretty formful early sugar. I'm just going to stick with American Rose on top. I've got her singles in some of my pick 5 tickets, but bottom of the ninth is the one that scares me.
Okay, there you have it, folks. Still time to fire in late as the starting gate rolls into position. I'm all over American Rose. I'm going to stick to it. She's your current favorite at 8-5. Number 3, bottom of the ninth, making Robert Reed Jr. a little nervous here going towards the gate. This one is a co-favorite now with Rob Shepard on board. Gates moving. So here we go, the first of 11. And right on the bit, American Rose. She got bumpy gated, though, and she's actually off stride. Back down pacing. So, too, is the 8. So, she's a little hot behind the gate. I think Mackenzie's going to try to blast off here. It's a 7 on gate, plus the trailer here in the opener, a 16th from the start. Here they come. They're off and in the center up. The Credit with Art, leaving sharply along the inside. American Rose is protecting her pylon lane. American Rose coming out on top for Mackenzie. Left out there in second. Up the Credit with Art. And making pylons there in third was Tierra Dancer. And backing off into fourth was B Vanish. Fifth best away for bottom of the ninth. And third to last was Seal the Dark. We go back to Havarti 1. The earliest trailer was better. Watch it. So some anxious moments behind the gate for American Rose, but she's got open road in front of her as she strolls through an opening quarter mile. She got let go at 5-2. Nice price on American Rose here as she carved an opening quarter out in 28-3. She's got Up the Credit with Art, a 23-1 bomber sitting in the pocket, gapping slightly in third. Tierra Dancer now peeking to the outside was B Vanish from fourth, providing cover to the 3-5 choice, bottom of the ninth. Setting it up third over, Seal the Dark. We still have the back markers in Havarti 1. And better watch it. They get over to the half in 58-4, so a nice 30-1 second quarter breather for this pace setter. American Rose, she's widened her lead now by 2.5 lengths. American Rose on top, second best. Up the Credit with Art, 3 deep on the outside now. Bottom of the ninth, looming boldly here in the 3 wide pass. She's now on for second. She's reached the number pad, and these two will throw down through the final quarter, up and into the final turn. Bottom of the ninth at 3-5. Went on by 3/4. They get over it in 1:28 flat. Bottom of the ninth, the clear leader here, clearly second. American Rose racing for the show dough. B Vanish down the stretch they come. This one's over. Bottom of the ninth. Hits a home run here in the opener, winning under wraps. She'll take it by 5. American Rose finishing second. Seal the Dark got up for third. It's close for fourth between B Vanish and Up the Credit with Art. Bottom of the ninth. Scary there at 3-5. Solid opener there, just shy of 70,000 wagered on the opener. If you played into the pick 5, you get the favorite to start it. The pick 5 pool of $19,000 plus. Robert Reed Jr. was talking up the 3, bottom of the ninth, just prior to race number 1. He was liking the one, American Rose, who appeared to hold second, but this one has This one he mentioned was making him nervous, and I can see why. When she moved on the backstretch, she came with authority. Bottom of the ninth, bringing her A game to London, and she scores easily here by open lengths in the opener at 3-5. It's a bottom of the ninth, the 3-horse winning. Number 1, American Rose, second. The 2, Seal the Dark, is third. And it's a photo for fourth. Here is bottom of the ninth, just jogging here in the opener. I mentioned on the pregame, I mentioned prior to race number 1 last night was kind of chalky. Well, here's chalky right off the bat. Bottom of the ninth, took some serious late money in the opener. Closed up at 3-5. She's the 3-year-old, a big filly by He's Watching, out of VJ's. Mario, by Arts Place. For Jefferson Davis of Burlington, Ontario, Melissa Labero condition. Rob Shepard driven to win. And the filly gets there tonight, 157-1, bottom of the ninth. 4-horse, Up the Credit with Art, stayed on for 4, 3-1, 2 and 4. It's unofficial. It's official now, $3.20 on that win ticket for bottom of the ninth. Exactor came back at $8.60. That's all right for those two. Dollar try, $45.45. Buck Super, $276.15. 20 center worth $55.23. American Rose was second best. Seal the Dark was third. Bottom of the ninth, an easy winner. Up the Credit with Art was fourth. Tiara Dancer, 6. Savardi, 1. 8. Be Vanish, 5th. Better Watch It, 7th. The Fractions, 28-3. 58-4. 128. Mile of 157-1. Bottom of the ninth, her second career victory. The filly impresses in the opener. Top down, 2-3, 1-4, 6, 8, 5, 7. Race 2 up and coming. Field of 6, 2-year-old fillies. $7,500 purse up for grabs. Of course, all 6 noses on gate. Exactor, Try, and a Superfecta. We'll go postward in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes to post on race 2. Alrighty, race number 2 coming up, and Robert Reed Jr. has joined us for this evening's race card. Between race commentary, and if you're listening in here, Rob, you're more than welcome to join in this conversation. Lots of late money came in on the 3-horse in the opener. Now, what I saw going in behind the gate was the 1 off stride. Now, that would have had many backers of the 1-horse in race number 1 very nervous, but the 1 got down the pacing very soon, but someone may have capitalized on that brief break by 1 behind the gate and threw some late money on the 3 there, because she took a significant drop in odds there from about 9-5 to 3-5 in a matter of about 15 or 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think so too, Sugar, because you saw it, they were both around the same price, and then American Rose, she made that bobble, and I was worried. I thought she might not get back on again before the start of the race. So some savvy gate bettors would have been jumping in on number 3, bottom of the 9th, and even the exacta, when you consider the odds of what they both went off at, ended up being an overlay at over $8. So I think some people shied away from that wager as well.
Yeah, I mentioned that $8.60 on that exactor, and that was all right. But the one that made you nervous is the one that came through bottom of the 9th. She just jogged, nice filly.
Yeah, big time. I remembered that race at Mohawk Park, and maybe I thought about it a little too late.
Yeah.
One of those ones where you're live capping and you wish you could change your picks, but hey, we're locked into our selections. We can maybe make some suggestions along the way, but yeah, I was nervous. There's no doubt about it.
Right on, and a great suggestion just prior to race number 1. That 3 you had said made you nervous, and when the 1 runs briefly behind the gate, I'm sure somebody pounced on that. Post parade coming up here for race number 2. Alrighty, race 2 starters. These are 2-year-old fillies. The rookies are out and on parade here. A field of 6. Best Watch Out from the rail. It's owned by Brian Fitzgerald, trained by Richard Morrow, Brett McDonald in the sulky. Number 2, it'll be Anne's Credit, owned and trained by James Wilson, Scott Coulter on board. Let It Ride Stables Inc., along with the Bottom Line Racing LLC. Share the ownership on 3. Shadowy, Dr. Ian Moore trains. Tyler Moore in the sulky. Oh, she looks good. Here's the 4, Lola's Sunshine. It's Austin Sorey driving for Scott McNiven, Tom Broadhurst. Don Douglas, Brad McNiven. Scott does the training. Number 5, P.L. Porsche, Lauren House, training and driving for Ryan Clements, along with Prince Lee Akers. And then the 6, Madigal, for Dr. Steve Taylor and Pam Forgy. Pam trains Anthony Hahn to do the driving. Those are your 6 pacing fillies, the 2-year-old variety for a purse of $7,500. They'll go to post in, well, a few moments. Exactor Tri Super, all 6 noses, of course, on the gate. 3-5 Chuck takes the opener. We're looking at 4-5 Chuck right now. Best Watch Out. Can they take this one down? Robert Reed Jr. joins us.
I'm on this one as well, Sugar, and I said I started off pretty formful and chalky at the start of the night. Did not expect Bottom of the Ninth to be that favorite in the opener, at least as low as she was. But yeah, I'm on Best Watch Out here, even money, and rock solid connections of Morrow and Brett McDonald. That last effort at Mohawk Park against Grassroots Company, back half of 54-2. The start before that was a real nice one too at Flamborough Downs. Coast to coast, and I think that's going to be the game plan tonight. But this is a pretty decent field of rookie filly pacers.
Yeah, one thing I like seeing here is that every one of them has a half-mile experience. Best Watch Out has tried the big track, and no shot from where she was there last time out, but she did gain a ton of ground on the leaders there through the final half. You see that 54-2 final half. It kind of jumps off the page there at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So betting public is seeing that as well. Myself, yourself, liking Best Watch Out here at 6-5 to get things done. One that caught my eye on the post parade was Shadowy from post 3 for Dr. Ian Moore. She was right on the bit. She looks great tonight.
And she's kind of been a Jekyll and Hyde horse for me, anyways, because a few of the efforts I got to see her over at Grand River for a few starts, and she raced really well over that surface, finishing second and then getting a win, and then capitalized at Mohawk Park as well at a price of 16-1 earlier on in the season, but. I just lately haven't really seen that side of her, and I was a little bit disappointed in some of her recent efforts, but she looks great on the track tonight. She's taking some support at 5-2. I figured she'd be the second choice in here. I didn't go in that direction with my second choice, but I do certainly respect her chances, and if she can come back to those efforts earlier in the season, she'd be tough in here.
Right on. We are talking about number 3, Shadowy, but right now we're going to get a look at number 5, PL Portia. Now, you have selected this one for second. I've got her pegged as a top 3 player. Lauren House trains and drives for friend of the show, Ryan Clements, and Prince Lee Akers. She's a great-looking daughter of Sunshine Beach. She gets her lessons very close to London. I believe she's at Dorchester Training Center. And this one, for her career debut over Flamborough, passed some horses, got a nice back half in, so that's what you want to see, right? With a young lady making her first career outing over a half miler. I like that test.
Yeah, I like that effort as well. It's an education opportunity, right? She did have the pole position. She got away 6th, and like you said, she passed horses, which I think is kind of like a big, box ticking experiment for that one. And it was a solid effort and one to build on. Now 6-1 on the board. I'll be honest, I thought that she'd take more support, maybe in the 3-1 range. So 6-1 to me is a big overlay on PL Portia. And of course, I'm always cheering for Ryan Clements. He's a great ambassador for the sport and a guy that I'm proud to call my friend.
Right on. We know Ryan well around these parts, and did a great job up around Clinton. I know I used a few of his photos that he captured on a Sunday afternoon at Clinton. I do a little writing for a little paper back home known as Atlantic Post Calls. Been in operation now for over 40 years, so a few of those wonderful Ryan Clements photos showed up in the Maritimes. There's a look at number 3, Shadowy. Speaking of Maritimers, Dr. Ian Moore, his early lessons came around Summerside, Prince Edward Island. His son, Tyler Moore, will be driving Shadowy. My post-parade pick in this one, she just looks really good to me.
Yeah, she's a beautiful-looking filly, and I've thought that really in a lot of her starts this season, and she usually makes a good pre-race appearance, and again, we see that tonight. And, Tyler Moore is a driver that I've liked what I've seen lately, especially I got to see him a lot over at Grand River, and he's really, coming to his own, I think, recently. So I certainly, I think she's got a chance in here. 2-1, though, might be a bit too short for me, Sugar.
Okay, wonderful setup there by Robert Reed Jr. As mentioned, Rob's he's seen these horses all summer long, so he's probably got a little more knowledge than me, especially with these 2-year-olds, right? I've never seen the 2-year-olds here in Ontario. We had a group of boys go last night. Here's the girls. 2-year-old event. Pacing event behind the gate here for race number 2. Best Watch Out, Anne's Credit, Shadowy, Lola Sunshine, PL Portia, her raceway debut, Madigal. I guess it's all raceway debuters here. 2-year-old fillies, top of the stretch, all 6 noses on gate. Picking up speed, here they come. Off and pacing, Shadowy. Wanted the first call, she's got it. Though along the inside, Best Watch Out is coming on through, and these two already put about 4 lengths of separation on them here. This is going to be Shadowy for Tyler Moore, trying to clear. She will do so as they bend to the backside. Shadowy on top. Second Best Watch Out. A gap of 3.5 to Anne's Credit third. Fourth best away for Madigal. Then we've got PL Portia, the earliest trailer, Lola Sunshine, single file. On by the opening quarter mile, Shadowy, she looked great on parade. She looks great thus far here in London, 29-3. A deceiving opening quarter. I thought they were going more. 8-5 shot. Shadowy on top right there. And second is the 2-5 choice. Best Watch Out. She is really bravening up here. Still gapping slightly third. Ann's credit on hold fourth, though thinking about it, is Madigal. PL Porsche still fifth, still sixth, and trailing Lola Sunshine. No movement yet. Though the one, the favorite, Best Watch Out, is peeking from the pocket. It was Shadowy who got them by the half. In a minute, 2/5, she was 30-4 through the second frame, and she is chased up to go on in here as Best Watch Out pulled from the pocket and will challenge now. It's a third quarter beatdown between Shadowy and Best Watch Out. Moving into third and looking all right in doing so was Madigal. PL Porsche set sail and now just took fourth. Ann's credit fifth. Still trailing Lola Sunshine by 3/4, and they are heads apart. Rounding the final turn, 3/4, teened and beamed in 130 flat. Shadowy giving fits to the favorite, Best Watch Out. And 3 deep on the outside. Now here's Madigal at a price. The price, 18-1. PL Porsche trying to punch on through. A 4 across, wild finish. Here we go. PL Porsche, yes! Madigal finishes second, close for third. Best Watch Out or Shadowy. PL Porsche Vintage. Lauren House there up the inside to win it 12-1. A 159-4 maiden mark. PL Porsche. It was close, but not too close to call. Number 5, PL Porsche, getting there at 12-1. Over the 6, Madigal at 18-1. Best Watch Out finishing third. Shadowy is fourth. Unofficial 5, 6, 1, and 3. So get this, Robert Reed Jr., he's discussing number 5, PL Porsche. A bit of an overlay at 6-1. She goes away at 12-1, and she gets up the inside to win here late. PL Porsche. Big time value for the winner here at 12-1. Lauren House on board for the connections. Ryan Clements, Princely Acres. The winner's circle is next. Right on. High five it all the way to the winner's circle here, gentlemen. Here's PL Porsche, the 2-year-old Bay Filly by Sunshine Beach. At a PL Caris by Sports Writer. Bred by Princely Acres. Princely Acres sharing ownership with Ryan Clements. Lauren House, training and driving. Lauren House celebrated his 1,000th career driving victory recently here in Ontario. And here he is, Vintage House, aboard PL Porsche to break her maiden in this 2-year-old filly pace. Upset winner at a heck of a price at 12-1. Her maiden mark, 159-4. Congratulations. We've gone official. Race 2. PL Porsche at a juicy 26.30 on the nose. Exactor comes back at $396 even, and why wouldn't it? Dollar Try, $385.65. The Super for $1. This is on a 6-horse field. $1,100, $430. The 20 center comes back at $220.86. An early daily double. I'm thinking Robert Reed Jr. may have a few of these. Early daily double combo of 3 and 5, $56.20. Nice price. That's a 3 to 5 shot onto a 12 to 1 in PL Porsche here in race number 2. The rundown best watch out was 3rd. Ann's Credit 6th. Shadowy was 4th. Lola's Sunshine 5th. PL Porsche, a race winner. Madrigal finished 2nd. The fractions of 29 and 3. A minute 2 fifths, 1:30 and a mile and 1:59 and 4 has PL Porsche pacing a huge back half to get there to break her maiden right here in her hometown of London, Ontario. From the top, a 3-6-4, 5-1 and 2. The third up next. Exactor Try Superfecta. Put Scott Coulter on the 4. Your Time Dolly. And scratch the 7 and 8. 7 and 8 come out. Reduced field of 6. 8 minutes to think about. Your wagers for race 3. Exactor Try Super. There's the win photo. Now, normally, if it's too close to call, I'm not calling a winner, but I knew she was getting there up the inside. PL Porsche, there she is, winning by, well, it's around a quarter of a length, half length maybe. PL Porsche for the maiden victory at 12 to 1 over another long shot in Madrigal, race favorite, best watch out. She had fits because Shadowy took her pretty much all that final half, and Third quarter beatdown is what wore down the favorite there and set it up for PL Porsche to strike for House in a big way there. Wonderful drive and a wonderful showing. One for the home team here. PL Porsche getting it done in race number 2. The third race up and coming. We are about 4 minutes out. Rob Reed Jr., he was kind of leaning towards PL Porsche in race 2 as she was floating around 6-1, and she goes away at 12-1. So we're about 3 minutes away from the third up and coming. It's a sharp drop of live money remaining in play. Now only $429 live from that $19,000 plus. Pick 5 pool. You've got a 3-5 favorite beginning it. And PL Porsche, who was playable, she got let go at 12-1, but she was definitely playable in that race 2 leg of the early pick 5, as mentioned. Just $429 live and in play. You can notice the active scroll along the top of the screen for live money remaining in play. $429 from a pick 5 pool large, $19,000 plus. Best of luck if you're still going forward. We've got about 2 minutes left for wagers, and then a post parade of race number 3 coming up. A reduced field of 6. I saw this one as a wide open, and opening up as a heavy favorite actually. Number 3, Precious Amber, here at 1-2. Third race up and coming now. Race 3 up and coming. Pair of races in and done. Both winners from off the pace. Well off the pace. In fact, here's the one. This is Big Lady J. Rob Shepard on board for Robert Chappell. The trainers Cassidy Schneider. Number 2, a Surreal Martini. It's Dan LeBlanc, the owner, trainer, and driver for number 2, a Surreal Martini. Precious Amber, number 3. It's owned by Richard Griffiths and John Dixon. Richard trains Lauren House, trying to come right back. Scott Coulter now driving number 4, Your Time Dolly. It's Julie Waring Amos, the owner. Floyd Amos trains. William Cadman, the owner, trainer of 5, My Delilah. Tyler Borth in the bike. And then the 6, Hot Pink, will make her season debut, owned by Sally Charlton, trained by Lindsay Kerr, Scott Ray, tonight. Scratch the 7 and 8, a Redu's Field of 6 in the third, Exactor Try, and a Superfecta. Already Robert Reed Jr. Joining us for the commentary portion of our program tonight between races. Getting a look right now at number 1, Big Lady J. The 1 and 3 are both taking the serious early action here. Both have missed a serious amount of time, Robert.
Yeah, it's a bit of a concern for me, and that's why I went in a different direction. No surprise when they're taking support. Big Lady J gets bumped up to be my second choice with the scratch at number 7, Cerrone Sealster. And I think you've got to consider Big Lady J. She gets the pole position to work from, and there's some decent form there, and with some recency over at Hanover. But yeah, the vest scratch lame last time, and being away since September the 6th, almost a month on the shelf, is a bit of a concern. 7-2 on the board. I think I'd want a little bit of a bigger price on Big Lady J before I bet a win ticket on her.
I agree. When we get a couple of scratches, I think the race just becomes a little more wide open. Field of 6 all on gate. Even the 3-horse Precious Amber, she's taken the serious money at 3-5, but she's another one that has not started since September 6th over Grand River. Talking about 3, Precious Amber right now, who's at 3-5, and there is Lauren House, who will try to come right back in here. How about the vintage house there, PL Porsche? Can you believe she went away at 12-1?
No, I can't believe it. I was being genuine when I thought she was an overlay at 6-1, and I'm shocked she got let go at such a big price, because that initial effort in her first lifetime start was a good one, and one she could build on, and she did tonight. And got a little bit lucky getting up the inside there, but she powered through and won by a bigger margin. A lot of people on Twitter are still surprised, Sugar, that race wasn't closer than it was.
Well, I mentioned to you earlier, Rob, I won't call it. If it's too close to call, I'm not touching it. I'm waiting on a photo. But from my vantage point, she was getting there. And because our hometown guy, Ryan Clements, has a connection with that horse, a part owner, of course, I wanted to call her the winner. If I wasn't guessing, put it that way. I thought she was winning by a neck, but when the photo comes out, it's showing almost a half length, right? So it really wasn't that close, and for me, it was not too close to call. So PL Porsche gets the maiden victory there and let go at 12-1. Crazy price. How about the daily double? 56 and change. 3-5 started it. Did you hit on the double?
Just very small. Second choice. I usually need one of my top choices to come in before I make a big score, but not a terrible start, I guess. But need to get a winner on the board here. People are going to wonder why I'm on the team.
Join the club, right? So, It's not easy capping London at the beginning of a race meet. I say it every year. We come back, and usually it's about 4 months of racing. We've gone dark. This time around, it's been 6 months. We last started in March, and then the first week of April. So we're about 6 months between race meets here in London. So it gets tough capping the early portion of this race meet, but things will get better as we go along. We're seconds away right now from race number 3. Getting a look at number 4, Your Time Dolly. Gets a driver change here to Scott Coulter. Your thoughts on this long shot?
I would have ended up putting her in my fourth slot if I had known the 7 wasn't going to be in the race. I think that she's one that can get a share, but I don't know if I could really get too excited about putting her on top in here. But the price is okay at 10-1.
For me, as mentioned, scratch down to a field of 6. You got the favorites that haven't raced in a month. That's kind of alarming for me. An upset victory here for any one of 6 would not surprise me as we get set to go postward. Can we get a long shot in here?
I'm not sure about a long shot. I mean, listen, I agree with you. If that was going to take an all in any race in this sequence, it would have been this one. I like number 5, My Delilah. I just want to go with a horse with a recent victory. You know, recent form can kind of hold up in races like this. And I like that Tyler Borth jumped aboard last time in Sarnia and won in the front end. Maybe can get the same kind of journey tonight. 5-1 on the board looks like a pretty good price to me on number 5, My Delilah.
There you have it. Robert Reed Jr. joining us for our first Tuesday. He'll be with us Tuesday nights throughout the race meet, providing commentary and selections, and he's done a fine job so far. He was kind of looking for the 3 in the opener, kind of looking for the 5 in race number 2. Here's the 3rd, going behind the gate, a reduced field of 6, a Miss Lady J, a Surreal Martini, Precious Amber, Your Time Dolly, My Delilah, then Hot Pink for 6 on gate. They're into the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. And away they go. First to show, My Delilah, Tyler Borth sending, and this one is responding. My Delilah leaving on out of there. It's a Surreal Martini towards the inside to be second. Race favorite, Precious Amber, just floating on out of there for 3rd. She's now in the 2nd. She's now going to engage the leader, and that engagement did not last long at all. Precious Amber goes right on by to clear at 6-5. Pocketing up in 2nd, and all alone there, My Delilah. It's a gap of 3 or 4 to a Surreal Martini in 3rd. Your Time Dolly is 4th. 5th best away for Big Lady J, and she's already a dozen lengths off the lead. Trailing the field was Hot Pink. Quarter-mile speed, comfortable quarter-mile speed. 30-1 as Precious Amber now puts 4 full lengths on My Delilah, who's gapped off in 2nd. 3rd still a Surreal Martini. Here's Precious Amber looking very comfortable on her front-end mission. She's been away for a month, but she's looking kind of fresh right now, following a half mile. 6-5 fave, a Precious Amber at the half at 1 minute and 2 fifths, and she's still maintaining a 4-length margin here to My Delilah in 2nd. An uncovered 3rd now for a Surreal Martini. 4th and in for Your Time Dolly. 5th and wide and going up. Big Lady J coming with her big strides on the late going. A gapped off trailer in Hot Pink. Over to 3/4 and Precious Amber was leading there. The lead was 4. Now it's 5. She'll try for more. 131 flat at 3/4. Precious Amber blowing it wide open, it appears. They're going to race for a place. My Delilah clinging to 2nd over a Surreal Martini. Flattening out was Big Lady J, though the straightaway seems to be to her liking as she's gone on for the deuce. Precious Amber, though, under wraps in a big way as House comes right back for the driving double. Big Lady J, like the straightaway, she's on for 2nd, and it may have been Your Time Dolly in for 3rd. 2 minutes, 3 fifths. So number 3, Precious Amber. She was large tonight. Lauren House had a handful finishing up that mile. 3, 1, 5, and 4. It was actually the 5, My Delilah, holding third against the 4, Your Time Dolly. 3, 1, 5, 4, and it's unofficial. Back-to-back winners here at the Raceway for driver Lauren House. He's back with the filly Precious Amber, 3-year-old daughter of Bettor's Delight from the Abercrombie mare Amber Rock. For the owners, Richard Griffiths and John Dixon, Richard training. And again, that's Lauren House driving for the double. The filly gets there tonight, 2 minutes, 2 fifths. It looked more like a training mile for her. As mentioned, Lauren House had a ton of horse on the finish line. We'll look forward to seeing her go again here soon in London. Congratulations. Race 3 now official. Precious Amber returning 470, exactor 1680. It's all right for those two. The dollar try, $23.85, dollar super, $45.50, 20 center coming back at $9.10. So the fillies that were missing some time, they finished 1-2. And the rundown, Big Lady J second, a Surreal Martini fifth, Precious Amber won it. Your Time Dolly fourth, My Delilah third, Hot Pink was 67 and 8, both scratch. Fractions of 30 and 1, a minute 2 fifths, 131. The mile of 2 minutes 2 fifths, Precious Amber romps. From the top, 2-5-1, 4-3-6, couple of scratches on the bottom. Fourth up and coming. Race 4 is next. No changes there on a field of 8. Still on the pace. Exactor Tri Super. It's the start of a popular Pick 4 play.
All right, 4 minutes away till the fourth race here, which is the start of our pick four. Guaranteed pool at $7,500. We've seen big pools all night long so far. And we're actually going to take a look at Sugar's pick four ticket here, his suggested ticket. I'm going to take a look at it, maybe give some of my own analysis as well. And here in the fourth race in the opening leg, Sugar is decided to key number 4, a Black Diamond, and I like that. I'm not sure if Sugar's with me or not. If he is, we can bring him on. But a Black Diamond is his single.
I'm here with you, Rob. You can keep on going.
Perfect. All right. Black Diamond's your single, Sugar, and I like this horse quite a bit, but we talked about ones I'm afraid of, and I'm afraid of one in this race, number 6, Dazzlin' Rosie. Ross Batten, 2 wins away from 5,000 still, and I think this mare has a lot of ability and one that might be able to cause the upset. Right now, 2-1 on the board would be a mild upset at that. But I like Sugar's ticket because he singles early, and then he goes and he spreads out the rest of the way through. Nice structure. He gets Black Diamond down, then he wants to get some prices. And race number 5, 5 deep, the 1, 3, 5, 6, and 8. And I think it is a wide open event, one that I kind of struggled with. And I went to number 1, Shipping Out, as a bomb play in there. I like that Sugar's got him on the ticket, but it's a race that I'd want to have a lot of coverage in. But I like that he's also got my top selection, number 1, Shipping Out. The 6th race, 5 deep, again, the inside 5. You can't go wrong using the inside 5 horses because you want to have the inside post positions on a half-mile surface. And I like the direction he went because actually my top 4 in the race are all from the inside 4. He added Mystic Messenger, one that's been racing really well over at Grand River, throughout the summer. And then in the 7th race, 4 deep with the 1, 2, 5, and 8. The inside 2 look like the most likely horses to get bet down in there. Number 5, though, Note to Self Hanover is my best bet of the night. Like that Sugar's got that one as well. So nice ticket structure. 5 times 5 times 4, it'd be $100 for a dollar bet, but for 20 cents, just $20. So a ticket that has potential to pay, and all he has to do is get down an even money shot here in the opening leg.
Right on. Great setting up my ticket there, Rob. You know what? I probably wasn't using Shipping Out. I probably wasn't using Note to Self Hanover until I saw what you had in mind for this evening's race card. So if we can take down this pick 4 with that ticket, you can take credit for a lot of it as well. We just need this key to show up in race number 4. But I agree. Ross Batten could be very tough with Dazzlin' Rosie. I'm just not seeing the trip factor work out for that mare from post 6. Ross Batten, he's won a lot of races here in London over the years. As you mentioned, just 2 away from 5,000. So we'll look forward to seeing Ross hit that number very soon, hopefully. But for me, Dazzlin' Rosie, I just don't see the trip working out from post 6.
Yeah, listen, it's a difficult spot for her post position wise, but she is a horse that I think has more than what she's shown us. And you look at the class she's been racing, and it matches up well against this group. But lots of horses in here, actually, I think are kind of now, stepping up to her level. So if it wasn't for that post 6, I would have probably put her on top. But a Black Diamond, those connections, right? We talked about Kyle Bossis and Colin Kelly, and one that's in top form right now. I totally understand why you keep this one. And in my pick 5 and some of my pick 4s, I singled this one as well.
Right on. There you have it, folks. Robert Reid Jr. setting up the early pick 4 in London. The post parade coming up here very soon. Even money right now in 4, a Black Diamond, and it's 3-1 on number 6, Dazzlin' Rosie. There's some action coming in on number 3, Let's Roar right now. Anthony Hahn for trainer Meg Crone. Moments away from the 4th. We're waiting on a post parade. Here we go. Race 4. Starters are stepping out. Number 1, Perfect Romy. It's owned by Sylvain Lacaille. Kelly Duval Lacaille does the training. Sylvain drives. Number 2, Lydia's Liberty. Garrett Rooney on board for Ron Nobes. The trainer's Randy Marriage. Hot Racing Stable owning Meg Crone Conditions 3. Let's Roar. Anthony Hahn. Odds-on fave status right now for number 4, a Black Diamond, as the filly tries to make it 3 in a row. Brad Gray, the owner. Kyle Bosson's training. Colin Kelly up. Nothing holding me back. From post 5, Tyler Moore tries for Gord McDonald and Doug Good. Gord trains. Here's the 6, Dazzlin' Rosie. Ross Batten owning, training, driving, sharing ownership with Dr. Paul Rutherford. Come On Son at a post 7, the outside post here in London. Ryan DeRoss driving for Catherine Stacey, Mark Stacey, and Steve Glanowski. It's Sean Stacey training. And the trailing spot 8 for Cherie Amour, owned by Len Rosine of London. Dave O'Brien trains with Tyler Moore in the sulky. Those are your 8 pacers. Again, it's 7 on gate, plus a trailer. Exactor tries super. It's the start of tonight's early pick 4. Good luck. Alrighty, we're getting a look at the heavy favorite number 4, a Black Diamond. Mentioned in the pregame, we've mentioned it a few times already this evening. Colin Kelly, Kyle Bossons with a few live bullets this evening. There you see the up to a date current pick 4 pool, $7,600 plus. So the average pool thus far in 2021 over $10,000. We'll look for that here in race number 4. Start of the pick 4 play, a Black Diamond. Kelly, Bossons combine. What do you think, Rob?
Listen, I like the chances. I hate the price, though, right? 4 to 5 on the board right now. No surprise, though. I mean, 6 to 5 in the morning line on one that's been racing in top form, and I got to see this one at Grand River. And each of her last 3, and she won her last 2, and they were both impressive victories. So I think a Black Diamond, it might be her race to lose, but you know, if someone was to say, hey, I'm going to play against this one just because she shows so short, I wouldn't hold it against them.
I'm just looking at the gate speed, right? Even at Georgian, she's firing off the wings 26-4, and then her last couple over Grand River. Does she blast off, actually, or does she kind of float on into there to grab control? Your thoughts on how she does get off the wings?
I think she blasts off the gate, and I think that you know, Colin Kelly's one of the best at getting them to summon their best foot right off the switch, and I think we're going to see that tonight from her. You know, and listen, the last 2, you know, she's done it so easily getting to the front. I'm not sure it might not be as easy this evening, but I think she gets there either way, and I singled this one as some of my multi-leg tickets as well, so I certainly think she's the one to beat.
Yeah, she looks good. You mentioned trainer Kyle Bossons always has his horses looking fine. This one's in great shape as well, as she scores down nice and easy around that opening turn here in London. Action right now on number 3, Let's Roar, and the 6, Dazzlin' Rosie as well. Here's a look at Anthony Hahn on board the Meg Crone trainee Let's Roar. She shows a decent back half, though she didn't pass many horses in her latest, the Prospect Series there over Grand River.
Yeah, the one thing about Grand River, though, is, you know, post 7 and 8, it takes a lot for me to say, I can use one of those horses anywhere, even in my top 3. So I can, forgive that effort, getting away 8th off the gate, not really having much of a chance. She was 22-1 on the board, and Always Watching was just an absolute standout on that occasion, and so many other of her starts as well. So, decent winner in the Prospect Series before that, and finished second to Winston Gaga. I put this horse in the 3rd spot. A little bit surprised the action that's rolling in down to 2-1. I think that she's one that has a chance, but a bit of an underlay right now.
Yeah, I believe she's overbet as well. I'll tell you what, post 7, I know at Grand River is much different than post 7 in London. I look at Grand River, and that track is so wide. So when you draw an outside post there, if you've got no gate speed, you're going to be sitting well back in the early going.
Yeah, and even if you do have gate speed and you try to leave out, you're probably going to be taxed by the quarter pole. So I see a lot of horses, even with that early foot, they get there and they can't really withstand much after that. So, yeah, I think that, that's one we can forgive her for. But, again, 2-1, I'd be looking for at least 4-1 on that one.
Okay, the 7-2 right now on number 6, Dazzlin' Rosie. Now, you mentioned you could be afraid of this one. For me, I stayed away just because I don't see the trip working out from post 6. She does have the gate speed if she wants. I mean, she left from post 5 at Clinton early August, did make front 29-1. And Clinton, to me, is a lot like London as far as speed goes. So the speed is there if Ross wants to offer it, I guess. But nobody knows what Ross is going to do right here and now, except for Ross himself, right?
It's true, and then that was my concern with putting her on top, is that she's got post 6, and it all depends where she gets away. If she has too big of a hill to climb, I don't think she can get there. But if she ever gets just away decently off the gate, I think she's one that can get towed into it and have a big chance in here. I think 4-1's about the right price. I thought 2-1 was short on the morning line, but 4-1's a number I can get behind. I still think a Black Diamond's the one to beat, but I slotted this one in the 2nd spot and did kind of think that she has upset potential.
Okay, so we're talking about 6, Dazzlin' Rosie going to the gate here. Ross Batten currently 2 wins away from his career win number 5,000. So we'll be looking forward to Ross hitting that number very soon, hopefully. He's got Dazzlin' Rosie here, currently at 4-1 as the starters move in behind the gate at the Raceway at Western Fair District. The starter has called for the horses and the gates moving. There we go. 4th race. Let's do this. For the inside, Perfect Romy, Lydia's Liberty, Let's Roar. In the center is a Black Diamond. Nothing Holding Me Back from post 5. Then Dazzlin' Rosie, Come On Son, trailer, Cherie Amour. Field of 8 behind the gate, top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. There, rough. Lydia's Liberty, flashing early speed. In the center, Let's Roar and a Black Diamond both coming out. And along the inside, Perfect Romy is protecting her pylon lane, bending on through the opening 8. Lydia's Liberty gets the marching orders early. Pressing as Let's Roar. Following up on that live cover is a Black Diamond. Going to the opening quarter, sprinting early here. Let's Roar is going to clear. Lydia's Liberty took her all the way to the quarter, and left out there is 4-5 favorite. A Black Diamond. Could be a long night at the office for this one. Opening quarter mile, they got there in 28-2. Let's Roar for Hahn. It's a Black Diamond getting the absolute worst of the early going here. Lydia's Liberty plugged in there in 3rd. Gapping slightly into 4th was Perfect Romy. Traveling out of 5th, we've got Cherie Amour. Then next in line 6, Nothing Holding Me Back. Dazzlin' Rosie following up some serious half-mile speed here. She's 7th. She's got to be loving this hot pace as she goes next to last. The trailer, Come On Son. Half clocked up in a nifty 57 seconds flat. Let's Roar, still making noise up front. A Black Diamond living on the outside in 2nd. Right there with them in 3rd. Lydia's Liberty. Traveling at a 4th. Cherie Amour out there in the 5th. Nothing Holding Me Back. Dazzlin' Rosie tipping widest of all into the final turn, though she needs about 7 lengths to make it happen. Let's Roar, still the one. 2nd best, Lydia's Liberty. It's a Black Diamond who begins to sputter on the outside. Dazzlin' Rosie still coming from way back. She's about 4th. She's about 3 deep, and she's still coming on strong. 127 and 1 for 3/4. Let's roar. Let's roar. Lydia's Liberty. Let's roar. Lydia's Liberty. Lydia's Liberty maybe over Let's Roar. A Black Diamond win, an absolute gutsy trip to finish 3rd, and Sharia Moore appeared to be 4th. Maybe want to see a photo here between 2, Lydia's Liberty, and 3, Let's Roar in the 4th. Racing officials say 2, Lydia's Liberty is the unofficial winner over 3, Let's Roar. The 4, A Black Diamond 3rd. And number 8, Sharia Moore completes the superfecta at 30 to 1. 2, 3, 4, and 8. It's unofficial. Number 2, Lydia's Liberty looked great in the early going, looked even better at the finish as she went on by to grab control and finish up a winner. Lydia's Liberty, 4-year-old daughter of Better Than Cheddar, out of Celtic Diva by Arts Chip. This one owned by Ron Nobes of Fergus. Randy Marriage Condition, Garrett Rooney, driven to win. Lydia's Liberty victorious here to begin this evening's early pick 4, a 5 to 1 value play to start up the pick 4 in London. 2, 3, 4, and 8 unofficial. Going official here. Lydia's Liberty 13.10 on the nose. Exactor came back at 39.40. Dollar Try 41.15. Super for $1, 238.70. It's a 20 center coming back at 47.74. Perfect Romy was 8. Lydia's Liberty won it. Let's Roar 2nd. A Black Diamond 3rd. Nothing Holding Me Back was 6th. Dazzlin' Rosie 5th. Come On Sun was 7th, and Sharia Moore finishing 4th. 28 and 2, 57, 127 and 1. It's a mile of 158 flat. Lydia's Liberty just picked up her 9th career win, 5th on the season. Top down in 8, 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 7, and 4. Race 5 is next. 5th race up and coming. No changes there. Still on the pace for an Exactor Try. Super High Five. Play in 8 minutes. Getting word of a late driver change for later on. Race 7, in race 7, number 7, Cal Hanover. Make that driver Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald now on 7. In race 7. That one got a bit close, didn't it? Too close to call on my end. We waited on the picture. It was 2. Lydia's Liberty getting up in the final strides there over number 3, the pace setter Let's Roar, who gave them all the whole cold shoulder throughout. Starters on parade now for the 5th race. A group of $7,000 claimers led by number 1, Ship It Out. Ship It Out Zoned by Ashley Renner Halliet. Trained by Bruce Goyd. It's Jay Harris in the sulky. Bunkhouse Brawl 2, Natasha Day. For owner-trainer Gerald Weir. Kingsley B, the 3, Austin Sorey for Steve Bestard. Catherine Cochran trains. Winsong Leopold number 4, Steve and Laura Roberts sharing ownership. Steve trains with Tyler Borth. Terraman Nuwan 5, Colin Kelly for Joyce Empey and Dave O'Brien. Dave trains. Deb's New Man, the 6, goes out for owners Bill Durkin and Dylan Jackson. Larry Fitzsimmons trains Drew Neal. Stephanie DiPietro, the owner, Patrick Rullo, training 7 Dragon Wave, Rob Shepard. And from post 8, the trailing spot here is Grande Sealster. It's Brett McDonald owning and driving. This one conditioned by Ron McDonald. Those are your 8 pacers for race number 5, an exactor try, and it's a super high-five play on this field of 8. And we'll throw things over to Robert Reed Jr. to set things up here for race number 5. I'm going to just step away for a break and take it away, Rob.
Putting me at the helm here. Thanks, Sugar. And listen, race 5 here, folks. The end of the pick 5. Some huge payouts out there in this pick 5, and good luck if you are still alive. And now one of my favorite wagers here at the Raceway, the Super High 5. And I think this is a race that's pretty contentious and I would say almost wide open. I thought I was going to a price play in number 1, Shipping Out, but not so much. 5-2 on the board right now. Opened off as the big favorite and second choice in the pick 5. So one that is taking a lot of support. I just think that this one has a lot of room for improvement. Purchased privately after his latest, now to the barn of Bruce Goyd. We've seen this conditioner do well with a number of horses like this and big numbers this season, batting 323 Universal Trainers rating. So I think Shipping Out with the pole position, you've got Jay Harris and Bruce Goyd now 5-2 on the board. I would say too short, but still my top selection, or one that I'll have all over my high 5 tickets. I did go to number 8, Grande Sealster, in for second. I'm hoping that Shipping Out can show a little bit of speed off the wings of the gate tonight, because we haven't seen that recently, but that's kind of the plan with using the 8 for second. At Grand River, I always say if you like the 1, you got to like the 9. Well, here it's if you like the 1, you got to like the 8. The trailer post is the 8 here, and Grande Sealster ran a big one last time at Flamborough Downs to finish second, beating only a length. And now I guess the follow Shipping Out away, and if that one is much improved this time around, I'm hoping can get a good trip. And this 13-year-old, I think, can get a big piece of it. 5-2 on the board right now. I think actually it might even be I'd say a bit higher than what it should be on Grande Sealster. I thought he'd be bet down to favoritism, but 5-2 right now is holding because all the action coming in on number 1, Shipping Out. Number 6, Deb's New Man. Interesting one for me. I'm not a fan of the post position, obviously, but you look back at his last 2, 7-hole and 8-hole at Sarnia, and an open $7,000 claimer last time. Ended up finishing third, and it was a decent effort, we'll say. And 5-1 on the board right now is probably a pretty decent number on Deb's New Man. I think that one you have to have somewhere on your high 5 ticket. For me, I'd say starting in the 3rd spot, maybe even the 2nd spot. Number 5, Taram, a new one. 4-1 on the board right now, taking a little bit more support than I was expecting. Colin Kelly is never someone I want to leave off my tickets, and I think that last time we saw this one go to the front from the pole position at Flamborough. Post 5 here is obviously a different story, but it showed enough gate speed that maybe can get forwardly placed tonight and land somewhere on that ticket. Right now looks pretty good on the track, and looks walking with a purpose out there right now for Colin Kelly. And I think Terra Manu is one you want to definitely put somewhere on your tickets. And another one taking support though at 4-1. Number 2, Bunkhouse Brawl, one that I just think can land somewhere on the bottom end of it. And 14-1 on the board right now is probably about the right number. I usually like to keep to the inside in these high 5 bets, but in this one I did venture out with the 5 and 6 on the ticket, but I do like shipping out, but 6-5, wow, that's a hard pill to swallow. I mean, could be a good sign, right? Live money. Now 7-5 on the board. We're approaching post time, and the money is still just pouring in for number one shipping out. One that I was hoping would be a price, but right now at 3-2, and I think this horse takes a big step forward tonight. But that's a tough one to take off his recent form at 8-5. Grande Sealster though holding at 5-2, not a bad price on that one.
Alrighty, here we go then. A wonderful job, Robert Reed Jr. setting up a race number 5, the Super Hi-Fi play here in London. Robert Reed Jr. joining us on our Tuesday evenings going forward for commentary, selections, ticket ideas. In behind the gate for race 5, a Shippin' Out. Bunkhouse Brawl, Kingsley B, then Winsong Leopold, Terminu and Deb's New Man, Dragon Wave for 7 on gate, 1 late being Grande Sealster, top of the stretch. Pacers are picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Kingsley B chased up in the early going. Terraman Newman is there far outside. Dragon Wave tries for a killer crossover. They're 3 and 4 high, bending into that opening turn. Terraman Newman at 3-1 comes out on top for Kelly. It's Kingsley B now in second. Leaving on out of there, grabbing third on the outside was Dragon Wave. Looking for pylon position, finding it fourth. Deb's New Man going up to the quarter mile. This is going to be Termanuan to cut one out in London. Second best is Kingsley B. Sitting out of third is a Dragon Wave, gapping slightly fourth. Deb's New Man. Fifth best away for Shippin' Out, who closed up at 9-5. Bunkhouse Brawl stayed in, underway out of seventh. There goes Grande Sealster, the earliest trailer. Winsong Leopold, 28-2, brisk. Opening quarter mile speed for this group. They're being led by Termanuan. Continuing along in second, Kingsley B. Still up there with them in third, Dragon Wave, an uncovered bid now. Here comes Shippin' Out. He's taken fourth. Following up on the live cover, Grande Sealster getting the Forest City Shuffle. Deb's New Man as Bunkhouse Brawl takes out from seventh. Winsong Leopold continues to trail. Termanuan missionized up front. Colin Kelly's got him out there now by 3. Shippin' Out on to take second. Traveling in third, Kingsley B out there in the fourth is a Grande Sealster. He'll have to tip wide on the final turn now. The 3/4 went by, and it was Termanuan getting them there. Off stride went Kingsley B. Kingsley B, who was a little bumpy, gated throughout. He rolled off stride. So the half 58-3, 3/4 128-3, fanning 3 and 4 across for the drive home. Termanuan on top, Shippin' Out, still coming. Wide side, Grande Sealster, Termanuan, Shippin' Out, Shippin' Out to win by a neck. Termanuan was second, Grande Sealster third, then Deb's New Man, and tight for the fifth spot in the high five. Judge's inquiry here. They're going to review action by number 6, Deb's New Man. Number 6, Deb's New Man for a possible pylon violation, holding all tickets. For the high five right now, it reads 15862, and again a judge's inquiry involving number 6 for a possible pylon violation. Returning down in front, unofficial winner of race number 5. And a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. He didn't like the price, though. It was a morning line of 12-1. Got away at 9-5. A Shipping Out as a winner. 9-year-old son of Badlands Hanover out of Ship's Bikini by no pan intended for Ashley Brenner Elliott. Bruce Coy condition, Jay Harris driven to win. A mile tonight, 157-4, and that's a gutsy winning effort as he traveled first up for a long ways. Congratulations to the connections of Shipping Out, winner of the 5th, unofficial winner that is. 1, 5, 8, 6, and 2, the judge's inquiry involving number 6, Deb's New Man, possible pylon violation. As a result of the judge's inquiry, number 6, Deb's New Man, was inside 2 pylons but was not lapped on at the finish. It appears 1, 5, 8, 6, and 2 will stand. Going official here, number 1, Shipping Out, paid $5.70, exactor 23 even, buck try 31.75, the high 5 for 20 cents, 192.45, and tonight's early pick 5, 20-cent return, 876.68. Shipping Out was a winner. Bunkhouse Brawl finished 5th. Kingsley B was 8th. Winsong Leopold 7th. Terman New One 2nd. Deb's New Man 4th. Dragon Wave was 6th. Grande Sealster 3rd. 28-2, 58-3, 128-3, and a mile of 157-4. Shipping Out guts one out here in London. From the top, a 158, 7-2, 4, 6, and 3. Race 6 up and coming. Starts a late pick 5 in London. There are no significant changes in race 6. Again, a late pick 5. Exactor Try Super coming up in about 8 minutes.
Shipping out gets this handicapper off the schneid, but not at the price we were hoping for. Just 9-5 on shipping out, but a nice effort. First over a long way to get the job done. Race number 6 is on tap. You know what that means. It's time for the late pick 5, another guaranteed pool, $7,500. And that first pick 5 just paid fantastic, over $870 for a 20-cent wager. It's a fantastic payout, folks, and we can expect that again going forward here. Already over 3,000 in the pool. That's going to continue to grow. Let's take a look at Sugar's ticket. I'm going to break it down again for you, add some commentary of my own selections as well. And look at this one. We got the reverse this time for the late pick 5. We're going to start off wide and then get thin, kind of like me trying to lose my COVID weight. Race number 6 here. We're going 5 deep with Sugar. We're going the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and I like it because my top 4 all is in the inside 4. I like number 1, Lux Alas Bluegrass is my top selection, but the inside 4 are my top 4, so I like the opening leg there for Sugar. Second leg, 1, 2, 5, 8 again, just like we had in that pick 4 ticket. 1 and 2, Mr. X and Simon said, I think we'll take some money, but number 5, Note to Self Hanover is my best bet, and I think we'll probably go off at a lower price than that 4-1 morning line. Race number 8, 3 deep with the 5, 6, and 7. You Are Driving Me Nuts is my top choice. That's another Kyle Boston and Colin Kelly connection. I think that that one will be tough to beat. 3 deep in there for Sugar. And then in the 9th race, the 2 and 6, Doc Finelli. It's another Boston's Kelly connection. And number 6, Captain Ray. Third start for Lindsey Kerr. I like Captain Ray in there as my top selection, and I like what Sugar's done in that race, and he's going to finish it off with a single. So he's going to look for prices throughout the sequence and then finish it off with Timel Houdini in race number 10, one that's been facing much tougher, drops down tonight for Stephen Boston's and driver Travis Henry. I like the ticket. And for 20 cents, just $24, and looking for some prices early, and then finishing off with that single. And that last payout, folks, these pick 5s are a must play. The guarantee is high, and we're going to surpass it, I think, again in this one. We're already almost at $4,000 in that pick 5 pool. Good luck on all your wagers, and I'll be rooting for Sugar because I like his ticket as well.
Here come your race 6 starters on parade. It's another group of claimers. $7,000 tags for the winner's overclass. Number 1, Lux Last Bluegrass. Preston Shaw. Owning and driving the conditioner's Emily Leak. Tom and Jordan Ham sharing ownership with Tom Training 2. Timidabayama. Tollerborth. Who Said Not To is number 3. Jay Harris will try to come right back for owners Trudy Lynn McPhee and trainer Jim Ellis. Number 4 is Phone In for Kyle Bossens and Brandon Bossens. Kyle trains. Colin Kelly up. Mike Sumner, owning and training 5. Mystic Messenger. Nick Stewart stays aboard. James Wilson, owning and training. Brett McDonald driving. Number 6, Macapello. Outside chance for the 7, Keaton. Old Keaton, owned and trained by George Robinson, Garrett Rooney. And to follow them out, number 8, Oak Rock Eldorado. Dave Dighton, the owner. Lindsay Kerr trains. Austin Sorry is in the sulky. Those are your 8 pacers then for this exactor. Try, Super, and the beginning of a late pick 5 play. And right now we'll get a look at number 1, Lux Last Bluegrass. This would be a top selection for Robert Reed Jr., and he is with us tonight for commentary, selections, and more. Lux Last Bluegrass. Robert, tell us about it.
Maybe I might be a little bit partial to this one because I saw this one win at Grand River on September the 10th. Had this same post position, went to the front, made every call a winning one. I was impressed by that effort. And last time, Flamborough Downs, same starting spot, but didn't have the same result. Much tougher though in an $8,500 claiming handicap. So I just like moving back into this level, and I love the pole position to work from. And the price right now is 7-2. I think it's pretty solid. I thought this one would take a little bit more support than this, Sugar.
Right. I figured he'd be bet down a little more as well with that rail advantage. The only question mark for me when looking at the lines, that scratched vet 6 certainly jumps off the page. So you have to wonder just how sick was this horse? Was it just the sniffles? Was it something that might take a few starts to overcome? For me, that's the question mark, and that would be why I just had him pegged for 3rd. But you know what? If he's on his game, if he wants to bring his A game tonight and use that rail advantage, he could definitely be the one to beat. 7-2, nice price.
Yeah, definitely a nice price on Lux Last Bluegrass. And with that vet scratch 6, sometimes actually I do like it better when they have been off a little more time. That kind of shorter turnaround off that vet scratch 6 is something to be concerned about, but that's probably why we're getting that number on the board right now.
Right, okay. We're talking about the 1 Lux Last Bluegrass, and another one to think about here. This is the one I've got pegged on top. Number 4, Phone In. Now, it looked like he battled first up for a long ways last time out when leaving from the trailing spot. Had the open road in front of him there, the 2 starts prior, where he wired up the fields, and 156-1 trip over Grand River Raceway there in September 15. That kind of stands out for me. If he can explode off the wings and make front, he appears to like the open road.
Yeah, he does. That effort on September the 15th was a big one. He was the easiest kind of winner, and last time trailing post, so he didn't have his nose on the gate, couldn't get to the lead off the switch, and then the horse that did get the lead, Jet Set Charmer's one that really swells up on the front end and does his best work on the engine. So when Phone In came first over at him, that one got a big breather in the second quarter, 30-2, and at that point I think it was race over. So he disappointed at 75 cents to the dollar, but it really wasn't a bad effort, and certainly not as bad as it might look on paper coming home in 30-2. Jet Set Charmer had a big advantage over him. 8-5 on the board. I understand why he's taking the support. I put him in the second spot, just trying to get a bigger price down, in the winning position.
Right on. We're inside of 2 minutes wagering time left on race number 6 now. The start of a late pick 5 in London. Likely playing into a pool that will go up and over $10,000 here as we get a look at number 2, Tamida Bayama. This one does his best work when on. There's a lot of them in here that love being on or near the lead. Tamida Bayama is another one of those horses.
Yeah, and he's got 47 lifetime wins, almost $250,000 in the bank. So he's a classy veteran, and you're right. He's one that likes the front end too, and he hasn't had a chance to get there in his last couple, post 6, both those times, Grand River and at Clinton. So, he's probably going to be leaving with some intent tonight at 9-1 on the board. I put this one in the 3rd spot, and I think that, with the right kind of trip, maybe he's got a chance to get it done. I'd say the price is about right now. You want to get at least that number on him just because just 2 wins at a 14 starts so far this year.
Right. Tamida Bayama, Tyler Borth on the lines, and he's been on this horse before. Actually, the best finish he's had in recent starts was second best for Tyler over the Sarnia's 5/8. Another one maybe to consider, number 3, Who Said Not To, Jay Harris. Great job getting your shipping out to Victory Lane in the 5th. He's got a long shot player here in number 3, Who Said Not To.
Yeah, price is okay on this one at 8-1. Kind of a Jekyll and Hyde type horse. Last couple wasn't able to sustain the heat and ended up fading back at shorter prices. But if you go back to the form before that, was pretty good. I definitely would have this one on some of my pick 5 tickets anyways, and 8-1 looks like the right price.
You know what, Robert? Just going to the gate, he probably looks the best of the field. Jay Harris has got him right on the bit, and at a nice price. If you're looking to fire in late on race 6, maybe 3. Who Said Not To looks great going in behind. So here we go. Lux Last Bluegrass, Tamida Bayama, Who Said Not To, phone-ins in the center. Then we got Mystic Messenger, Macapello, Keaton for 7 across, Oak Rock, Eldorado's in the back tier spot. A 16th out. Here they come. There, Rob, Who Said Not To. He looked great going behind the gate. He looks great getting away. Jay Harris steering him for the lead. It's Tamida Bayama, and his early speed is showing up in this one. These two together, bending on through the opening 8th, and Tamida Bayama, he's going to get the marching orders tonight. It's been a while since this one's been on the boogie in Ontario. He's there tonight. Tamida Bayama at 6-1 to lead. Pocketing up is a long shot, Who Said Not To. Traveling at a 3rd, Lux Last Bluegrass. Preston Shaw said, I'm not sitting, I'm sending. He's out from 3rd. He's into 2nd. He's going to challenge Tamida Bayama after that quarter mile clocking of 28-3. Tamida Bayama on top. 2nd best and challenging. Lux Last Bluegrass right there with them in 3rd is Who Said Not To. Looking to track the cover now on the outside to be 4th. Will be Phone In. Also switching out. Oak Rock Eldorado, all alone traveling in 6, Mystic Messenger, and a couple of back markers, a little slow in the early going, Macapello and Keaton. So Tamida Bayama had them through the half mile in 58-4. He's leaving Lux Last Bluegrass out there thus far. These two racing neck and neck and head to head down to the backside. Lux Last Bluegrass trying to go ahead in front of Tamida Bayama. A breaker in the backfield as Macapello jumped it off. 3 wide rush and a backside brush from Oak Rock Eldorado striding up here for Austin Sorey. It's going to be 3 across, and they're going to be heads apart, rounding the final turn. Tamida Bayama still selling it, trying to buy it. Lux Last Bluegrass, Oak Rock Eldorado out there in the 3 wide path. Phone In could use a way through after 3/4 in 1:28 flat. It's Tamida Bayama. Oak Rock Eldorado keeps on coming, and he swallows up the front end duo, and he goes on to win. Oak Rock Eldorado. Sorry on board for Kerr. 2nd best was Phone In, and it may have been Tamida Bayama holding 3rd over Lux Last Bluegrass. Oak Rock Eldorado at 9-2 starting up a late pick 5 in London. Number 8, Oak Rock Eldorado. He was large during that final quarter, goes on to win by 2. Phone In was second. Tamina holding third. And finishing fourth, the 1 Lux Last Bluegrass. 8, 4, 2, and 1. It's unofficial. Back to victory lane, number 8, Oak Rock Eldorado, the big free-legged pacer, 11 years by Rambaran, and at best undercover by Cambest for the owner Dave Dykton of Chatham. Lindsay Kerr condition, Austin Sorry driven to win. Mile tonight of 1:58 and 1, 33rd career victory for Oak Rock Eldorado, and number 4 on the season. Mild upset winner here as he circles them at 9-2. Oak Rock Eldorado, 1160 on the win ticket here as he gets the job done to start up a late pick 5. Exacta came back at $34.60. Dollar Try, $57.90. Super for $1, $212.85. 20 center coming back at $42.57. So Lux Last Bluegrass was 4th. Tamina 3rd. Who Said Not To 7th. Phone In was 2nd. Mystic Messenger 6th. Macapello 8th. Keaton 5th. Oak Rock Eldorado was a winner. 28-3, 58-4, 128. Mile of 158-1 for Oak Rock Eldorado. Top down of 437, 268, 5-1. 5 more to go in London. Exacta Try Super claiming action. The upcoming 7th. There's a single claim entered on number 4, Fern Hill Breeze. Number 7, Cal Hanover, make the driver Brett McDonald. 8 Pacers then for an Exacta Try Super coming up in 9. Race 7 up and coming then. A best bet selection here for Robert Reed Jr., who's joining us on the Tuesday evenings going forward here for commentary, selections, and more. Robert Reed Jr. with his best bet selection. Yeah, I can get tongue-tied now and then. Note to self, Hanover opens up at even money off a 4-1 morning line. Maybe Robert has spurred horse players' interest in this horse. Are you with us, Rob?
Oh, I'm here. I'm here, Sugar.
Your thoughts then? Why is this horse getting pounded to even money? I did not see this coming, really.
Well, I don't think I moved that kind of money. I mean, shipping out went off at a much lower price than I expected to, but I thought there was a lot that one had going for him coming into that one, and I think this one does as well. I wasn't expecting even money, as I said earlier. I thought that Mr. X and Simon Said would probably take the bulk of the support, and they're actually, the two of the shorter prices in the pick four. So I'm hoping the price floats up on Note to Self Hanover, but just one that if you go down his lines, last time, didn't really have much of a chance, and I think which was a tougher spot at Grand River, and before that, race against some decent horses here and there, and also some decent finishes. But for me, it's all about moving to the barn of Kyle Boston's and Colin Kelly jumping aboard. Those connections I've seen be rock solid, especially when they get one for the first time. And the little bit of time off here, it hasn't raced since September the 15th. I like that in this case because it gives Kyle Boston's more time to get this one exactly where he wants him to be before he gets put in the box.
Okay, I like how you set him up then. Note to Self Hanover. A note to those playing. I left this horse off my top 4 selections. Now, reason being so, when I do my selections up, I'm doing them on draw day with a track it program. There's not a whole lot of info to go on as far as horses switching barns. So that's why you do not see a 5 in my selections there, 2, 1, 8, and 4. But after seeing Kyle Boston's training and now Colin Kelly driving, I could see some room for improvement with this horse. And like you said, being away for 3 weeks, Kyle has had some time. Maybe had the vet in, maybe went a couple of training miles and, made a few changes here and there. Just some tinkering time, right? 3 weeks. Note to Self Hanover. Definitely one to be considering here, but at 6 to 5, that's a low price. As far as shipping out, he's 12 to 1 morning line. He wins at 9 to 5, but here we are. Note to Self Hanover, 4 to 1 morning line, and right now a 7 to 5 favorite. Robert Reed Jr., top selection with 2 minutes to post time on race number 7. There is a claim entered here on number 4, Fern Hill Breeze, who has missed some time. Comes off a winning qualifier over Leamington. A single claim on the 4, Fern Hill Breeze, for race 7. Here on Post Parade now, the starters for race 7, $8,500 claiming group, also eligible non-winners of a race in 2020 or 21. Number 1 is Mr. X. Tyler Borth for Blue Shoe Investments, trainer Tyler Nostad. Number 2, Simon Said. Simon Said has missed some time, last starting February here in London. Lindsay Kerr, the owner-trainer Travis Henry on the lines. There's Simon Said. Bromack is 3. Debbie O'Brien Moran, the owner-trainer Jason Ryan in the sulky. Here's a look at 4, Fernhill Breeze with the single claim Eddard. Kerry Howard owning. Jeff Graham trains Johnny Hahn in the sulky. Number 5, Note to Self Hanover. It's owned by Rick Ryer, now trained by Kyle Bossens and driven by Colin Kelly. Go Daddy Go is 6. He's been here before, but it's been a while. Christina Soundy owning and training Paul McKenzie in the bike. Cal Hanover 7, Brett McDonald now driving for owner-trainer John Holding. And then from the training spot, number 8, Real. The big horse Real goes out for Stuart McQueen, James Grant, and James MacDonald. Stu does the training with Anthony Hahn to do the driving. Those are your 8 pacers for a 7th race. Exactor Try and Superfecta. Okay, so there is a look at number 5, Note to Self Hanover. This is a top selection for our new Raceway team member, Robert Reed Jr., who joined us for commentary and selections on our Tuesdays going forward. Note to Self Hanover, first time for Bossens with Kelly on board. How does he look, Robert?
I think he looks pretty good on the track right now, Sugar, and yeah, you know, the price has certainly floated up to a nice spot, too, at 7-2.
Agreed.
You know, we saw that, hammered down to even money early, but, now it's 7-2. Much more appealing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like the price. 7-2. If he can pick it up some, improve just a bit from what he's showing in recent starts. You go back to August around Clinton and Sarnia, where he's showing much better, finishing second and actually timing a mile and 54 over Sarnia's. Not bad. He does show a win over Grand River last season in 155. If memory serves me well, I would think this horse likes to be on or near the lead.
Yeah, I think so. That's where he's going to want to be, and he's got, gate speed, and the thing is we've seen them racing tonight, though, right? So we need to hope that he can get away well off the gate and maybe get down to the pylons, whether it be, somewhere forwardly placed or just trying to sit off them. But my big thing for him is I need to see him fire out of there. And I would think that, with these connections and calling aboard and the money that we've seen kind of throughout the betting, now back down to 5-2, has got to be the plan tonight, and it will be probably his best path to glory.
He does look good. 8-year-old son of Big Jim looking nice and loose here prior to race number 7. Number 2, Simon Said, has returned to the races now. He last started here in London. That was February 22nd, where he was a race winner, and he won that one quite easy. Been away for months. Now, I'm not sure what was going on or what the game plan was. Maybe Lindsay just thought, well, he's my winter horse, and we're going to start him up for London. He does have the winning qualifier over Woodbine Mohawk Park. We know he loves to get around London. Just a single start in 2021, and that is the question mark. But horse players are not afraid to back him at 8-5.
I underestimated Lindsay Kerr's horse in the last, Oakwood El Dorado, and this one I did put Simon Said in for second, and I think that 8-5 is probably about the right price on this one. I thought this one would get back down to favoritism. We see him being the favorite in the pick 4 as well, and that effort back in February was a dynamite one, and the qualifier was pretty solid as well over at Mohawk Park. So you get post 2 to work from. I think that Simon Said is an obvious win candidate in here, and 9-5. I actually thought the price might be shorter than that, Sugar.
Right. I think the thing is, he doesn't have explosive gate speed, and he's got Mr. X along his inside. Mr. X now can blast with pretty much anything right off the wings, especially with a rail advantage. So trip is going to be key for Simon Said. I just don't see him leaving to sit on or... Well, he should be sitting top 3 or 4, I would think. There is a look at Mr. X. I see this one gunning, but if Note to Self Hanover has any authority at all in the early going, Mr. X could be setting up for a 2-hole ride behind the 5. We've seen some surprises, as you mentioned, getting off the gate, like Liberty a few races ago. Kind of surprised me getting away. Maybe didn't surprise you, but... here is Mr. X, and he's always an early speed factor, eh?
Yeah, when he's on his game, too, he's a factor throughout. And I think you're right. I don't think anyone in this field can outleave him if he's on his game, and he's got the pole position to work from. And he's one that when he is at his best, I mean, you look at him in here and say, okay, I can definitely get behind him and hope he wires the field. But he just made a little skip there, and that's what we've seen recently from him. And we saw it at Grand River back in August, making a break behind the gate at really short odds. So it all depends if he brings his A game and if he minds his manners.
Right on. Here we go then. It's race 7, and the starter calls for the horses. Still time. You'd have to hurry. In behind the gate then, Mr. X, Simon Said, Kinnebro Mac, Fernhill Breeze, Note to Self Hanover, Go Daddy Go, Cal Hanover with Real in the trailing spot. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Mr. X away cleanly from that inside post. It's going to be Simon Said to pocket up in second, up from the trailing spot to be third, Real. Backed off into fourth was Kinnebro Mac. Then we got Fernhill Breeze on hold fifth. Note to Self Hanover. A slow beginning. Travels about 9 off the lead in sixth. Then it's back to Go Daddy Go. Off stride went 3 Kinnebro Mac. Kinnebro Mac with a rare break out of harm's way as they stride up to the quarter mile. Mr. X in control. The 10-year-old son of Mr. Big on the lead where he likes to be. Mr. X on top, second best. Simon Said. Real continues to be third. The quarter mile was soft, 29-3. Another breaker in the backfield. Number 6, Go Daddy Go, rolled off stride. So Mr. X fronting up to the half-mile marker. It's Simon Said tracking second. Real is thinking about it third. Fourth and in for Fernhill Breeze. Switching outside in fifth. Note to Self Hanover gets reminders to go on. Cal Hanover is sixth. Gapped off in seventh following the early break was Kinnebro Mac. And possibly pulling up here. Go Daddy Go. Half-timed up in 59-1. Mr. X comfortable as he springs them onto the backside. It's Simon Said still tracking second, holding down third, now coming through Fernhill Breeze. Real is out there in fourth, 3 deep on the outside now, and circling up. Note to Self Hanover still needing about 4 or 5 lengths for the victory though. Mr. X on the final turn, urging in second for Simon Said, still coming on the wide side. Note to Self Hanover, 129 flat for 3/4, and Mr. X spins them on home. Note to Self Hanover. Simon Said, widest of all. Here's Cal Hanover showing up late. Note to Self Hanover. The best bet is home and cooled for Robert Reed Jr. Second best, Mr. X, and Cal Hanover from a long ways back on for third at 25-1. It's Note to Self Hanover winning at 9-5. So it's the 5. Note to self, Hanover on top. Came from a long ways to win it. Mr. X stayed for second over 7 Cal Hanover. And number 4, Fernhill Breeze, on for fourth in the Superfecta. 5-1-7-4 unofficial. There's note to self, Hanover back for a winner's circle photo. Note to self, Hanover, 8 years by Big Jim out of Northern Sky by Northern Luck. Owned by Rick Ryer of Hanover. Kyle Boston's conditioned. Colin Kelly, driven to win. And he's a winner tonight in 159 and 1. 11th career victory, number 2 on the season. Note to self, Hanover. Getting the job done here as the Race 7 co-favorite, and as mentioned, the best bet selection for our newest Raceway team member, Robert Reed Jr. Race 7 is official, $5.80 on that win ticket for note to self, Hanover. Exactor $25.20. Dollar try $196 and change. The Super for $1, $12.85.25. The 20 center came back at $257.05. The pick 4 on to race 7. Dollar ticket $908.65 with the 20 center coming back at $181.73. So Mr. X was second best. Simon Zed was 5th, Kenneth Bromack 6th, Fernhill Breeze was 4th and was claimed. Note to self, Hanover, a race winner. Go Daddy Go did not finish, he pulled up. Cal Hanover 3rd and Real was 6th, fractions of 29 and 3. 59 and 1, 129, a mile of 159 and 1. Note to self, Hanover gets the job done. From the top, 25641, DNF 3 and 6. From the 7th, number 4, Fernhill Breeze, claimed for $8,500, goes to Ron Woodburn and trainer Patrick Shepard. Race 8 up and coming. It's the start of a late pick 4. 8 horses in to go. 9 minutes to post time.
My best bet. Thankfully, just 2 winners in the card so far for yours truly. But we're going to take a look now in this race number 8 at the late pick 4. Guaranteed pool of $7,500. Already over $5,000 in that pool. We're looking at Sugar's ticket again. I'm going to break it down for you and add some commentary throughout the legs. There's a ticket right there on the board. And same numbers as we had in that late pick 5 in this one, 5, 6, and 7. And those are actually my top 3 selections as well. You Are Driving Me Nuts is my top choice. I'm going right back to Kyle Bosnitz and Colin Kelly in here. 3 deep for Sugar in race number 8 and race number 9. 2 deep, Doc Finelli, another Bosnitz and Kelly horse, and Captain Ray. That's my top selection. 2 deep in there for Sugar. And then singling Timo Houdini, which I have on top as well. Big drop down in class. Inside post. Should love it here tonight. And then the last race, the feature, Horses and Geldings preferred 3 on the pace, going an added distance. And Sugar says, I'm going to take them all. Don't mind that strategy in that money leg because I like Groovy Joe. He's got a tough post to work from. If he gets beat, I think there could be a big payoff in there. And that ticket there will cost you, is that 3 times 2 times 9 for 20 cents, $10.80. That's Sugar's late pick 4 ticket. And one that I have everywhere in my selection. So if you watch Grand River, you know I'm a team player, and I'm cheering for Sugar's late pick 4 ticket. Good luck on yours. You've got just over 3 minutes to post time right now, over $5,500 in the pool. You're going to want to start mapping out your winning wagers and getting them in right now, folks.
Few more minutes then to gather up your thoughts and selections for a late pick 4 in London. Now, friend of the show, Ryan Willis, he likes to share his winnings now and then on Twitter. I'm looking at his latest winning spread here, and it came at the Raceway. He hit a $5 pick 4. Early pick 4 here. Started off at race number 4. He had 2 separate tickets now. One of them, he had a $3 pick 4. It came back at over $2,700. And then he had another one as well, a $2 pick 4. Winnings came back at over $1,800. So a very nice score. Ryan Willis just shy of $5,000 back on the pick 4 here at the Raceway. I'm sure he's going to be playing this late one as well. Best of luck to you, Ryan, and all of you that are playing along with us this evening at the Raceway at Western Fair District. We are on day 2 of likely a 125-plus day race meet that will go from now until the end of May. And we're so happy to be back open and running here at the Raceway. We just want to stay open, right? No track in North America has lost more race dates due to the pandemic than the Raceway here at Western Fair District. Again, we're so happy to be back, and we just want to stay open, keep going, be safe, everyone, and let's get this post parade going for race number 8. Again, opening leg of a late pick 4. Here we go. Starters on parade for race number 8, opening leg of a late pick 4. Exactor Try Super also featured here. Number 1, Drink a Go. Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Randy Merridge. Here's a look at number 2, Better Attitude for Ellie Mayhew, Derek Romano, Sergio Vespa, and Brett Romano. It's Lindsay Kerr conditioned. Austin Suri's in the sulky. Ranger Hanover 3, Jason Ryan for the owners, Michelle Sherman, Sean Hyatt, and Dave Simpson. Sean trains. Number 4, Quinn's Frisky Whiskey. Bud and Lindsay St. Clair share the ownership with Bud training Nick Stewart. William Pendleton, the owner. Kyle Boston's trains. Colin Kelly drives. Number 5, You Are Driving Me Nuts. Lincoln Boulevard 6, Anthony Hahn pilots for Rebecca Williamson and Laverne Turnbull. Jeff Williamson trains. Jack Ray owning and training 7, William Ross. Scott Ray in the sulky. And for the training spot 8, coin flip, Paul McKenzie pilots for Amy Hardy, the trainers Troy Cochran. Those are your 8 pacers. For race 8, an exactor try, super startup at late pick 4. Alrighty, so the 8th race starters. We are now getting a look at number 5, You Are Driving Me Nuts. This one added Lasix last time out at Kyle Boston's Colin Kelly, trying to come right back here in race number 8. Nice pick, a note to self, Hanover Rob. And yeah, let's chase up another one for Boston's and Kelly, and You Are Driving Me Nuts. Does he look like a key play here in race 8 to start the pick 4?
I looked at it and I thought he might be. I was kind of thinking the same way as you, Sugar, using the 5, 6, and 7. To be honest, I just hate using that many outside horses. So I thought last time at Grand River, this one was a very impressive winner, and I didn't have him on top on that occasion. I had him, I think, picked for 2nd or 3rd, and he really impressed me. So I think that we can get off the switch, and we noticed Hanover didn't have to do that. He actually raced well from off the pace to win, but I think this one will be pointed towards the front end. And even money is probably a bit shorter than what I was expecting. I thought maybe 6 to 5 or 7 to 5, but might creep up to that number right now. But yeah, I can get behind singling this one.
Here's the thing. Okay, he had it Lasix last time, and he did win easy, but he was 12 to 1 in there, and he pretty much same class level. Anytime I see a horse winning at a big price and then they come back and they're kind of bet off the board, they can kind of just throw in a clunker. I've seen it happen lots.
My dad used to always tell me, if you miss the wedding, don't go to the funeral, and
yeah.
That might hold true in here.
Yeah.
Because 6 to 5, you're right. It's a tough price to take on one that if you didn't cash last time at 12 to 1.
The more I look at this race and just the price on this horse right now and the way he won last time, it was easy, but it was 12 to 1, and now he's even money. The more I look at this race, the more I'm thinking, geez, does a guy hit the all button and hope for a price? Because anyone of 8, in my mind, could win this race. And like you said, we both like the 5, 6, 7, but it's outside post for them. Tough to do on a half-mile track.
Yeah, it is, and those are the 3 that I went to, and it pained me when I did my selections to actually type in 5, 6, 7 in order, and I'd ask, you mentioned Ryan Willis, someone who, in my network of handicapping friends, and I'd ask him, but he's been ignoring my calls ever since I got the gig here.
He is sharp, though. Like I looked at his ticket sequences there. He's keying, shipping out. He was keying Oak Rock, El Dorado in his place. So good on him. He loves to fire. at and key up horses that, like, how does he key this? And I'm looking at his ticket sequences. You know, he's buying $5 pick fours and cashing just shy of $5,000 in London on a night number 2. So good on Ryan for hitting, and I'm sure he's getting in on this late pick 4 as well. And we're getting close now, just a little over a minute to play in what could be a wide open race. The 6-5 phase status continues on number 5. You Are Driving Me Nuts. I think if he makes front easy enough, he could be a 5-length winner again. But you know, the start before that, he's rolling first up and didn't show a whole lot of heart when he was well beaten there in August. And you know, a month between starts, maybe that suits Kyle Boston's well. He did have 3 weeks with Note to Self Hanover, and then he had a month with You Are Driving Me Nuts there to figure things out prior to that big win. So maybe this horse has turned a huge corner.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm putting this one on top. You're right. I mean, this could be more of a wide open event than what it looks like on paper. And you know, starting off that pick 4, you're always better looking for a price. For me, you know, I'm going to stick with them on top, but you know, I wouldn't fault anyone for spreading out in here.
Right on. Final words. Maybe spread them out here for the opening leg of a late pick 4. The starting car now in position. The gate is moving. You know what? The hashtag Lou knows. He's got a great-looking plate full of wings there. He's sitting back enjoying London. Eric Brindley, friend of the show. Glad you're with us, tuned in tonight. He's always a great supporter on social media. So here we go. It's the opening leg of a late pick 4 in London. 1 drink ago. Better attitude. Ranger Hanover. Quinn's Frisky Whiskey. You Are Driving Me Nuts. Lincoln Boulevard, William Ross, coin flip in the treading spot. 1/8 of a mile out. Maybe it's a 16th out now. Here they come. They're off. It's on. From the rail, 1 drink ago. You Are Driving Me Nuts with early speed, and right up there with them in third. Better attitude on through the opening 8th. You Are Driving Me Nuts is making front here. The odds-on favorite grabs control early. Second best is 1 drink ago. Better attitude third. Settling in for pylon position 4th. Lincoln Boulevard. Ranger Hanover is next in line 5th. Quinn's Frisky Whiskey. Then next to last was William Ross and the trailer coin flip. They got single file quite early in this one. Single file by the quarter mile. 29 seconds flat and a 2.5 length lead for You Are Driving Me Nuts. Released at 4-5. 1 drink ago is chased up there at a second to keep up. Now an uncovered bid. Here's Lincoln Boulevard rolling up quickly for Hahn. Lincoln Boulevard hooking up with the pace setter. You Are Driving Me Nuts. Here comes another third quarter beatdown in London. You Are Driving Me Nuts against the Lincoln Boulevard. Right there with them in third. 1 drink ago. A second over toe up in 4th here for a brave-looking Ranger. Hanover half clocked up in 59-1. Third over into the flow. William Ross. He's only 3 lengths off the lead. Out of the backfield charges. Quinn's Frisky Whiskey. 3 deep on by 3/4 here, and it's ahead in front for Lincoln Boulevard. You Are Driving Me Nuts trying to go with, still out there on the wide side. Ranger Hanover coming up between pacers. William Ross, and off the back end, Quinn's Frisky Whiskey. 3/4 hit me. 1:28-3. Lincoln Boulevard makes front. You Are Driving Me Nuts. Here is William Ross showing up late. Lincoln Boulevard guts it out for the victory. Second best may have been William Ross over You Are Driving Me Nuts. And on for 4th was a Ranger Hanover. Lincoln Boulevard. Hahn on board for Williamson. Starts up a late pick 4 in London at 7-2. Unofficial winner number 6, Lincoln Boulevard. When he moved with authority. Rushing move came at the half mile, and he hooked up with pace setter You Are Driving Me Nuts and eventually wore him down. A gutsy first up winning effort for Lincoln Boulevard. This 3-year-old colt son by Sports Writer out of Trauma Unit by Mach 3. For the owners, Rebecca Williamson and Laverne Turnbull. Jeff Williamson trained Anthony Hahn, driven to win at 7-2. Lincoln Boulevard getting there tonight. He paid $9.90. Exactor $43.20. The dollar try 6, 7, and 5 $54.70, and that's all right. The super for $1 $447.10. 20 center worth $89.42. Here's that official rundown for the 8. One Drink Ago was 7th. Back to the rundown. One Drink Ago was 7th. Better Attitude 8. Ranger Hanover 4th. Quinn's Frisky Whiskey 5th. You're Driving Me Nuts 3rd. Lincoln Boulevard won it. William Ross 2nd. Coin Flip 6. Fractions 29, 59 and 1. 128 and 3 and a tomato of 158 and 3. Lincoln Boulevard getting off to Schneid here. Picks up his first victory of 2021, second career win. From the top, 7-8-4, 5-3, 1-2-6. 3 more to go in London. 9th up and coming begins at pick 3. The Exactor Try and Superfecta. Scratch the 5. Thunder Romps. 9 will not start. A reduced field of 7 here. 8 minutes to think about it. Here we go. Starters on parade for race 9. The start of a pick 3 play. Number 1, Don't Exclude Me. Preston Shaw aboard. Preston owning with Emily Leake training. Number 2, it'll be Doc Finelli. Doc Finelli, Kyle Boston's owning and training Colin Kelly. Dragon Teen, out of post 3, Don Rankin Jr., owning, training, and driving. Drew Neal trains and drives number 4, High Flyin' Jamie. That one owned by Gary Anderson. The 5 is out. I guess we're looking at 6, Captain Ray, Travis Henry for Lindsay Kerr, Dave Dighton, Michaela Romano. Lindsay trains. Scott Ray aboard the 7, Hokey Dokey for MT Stables Ontario Inc. The trainers Hank Lilly. Largent Lester's 8, Austin Sorey for Steve Bester, trainer Catherine Cochran. And there's that 4, High Flying Jamie. It's Neil for Anderson. A reduced field of 7, Pacers for the 9th. Exactor Try, Super the start of a pick 3 play. Okay, here's a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. Myself, I've pegged him for 3rd. Captain Ray is a 4-year-old son of Captain Treacherous. I believe this might be the first time I've seen him. Now, to me, I'm not sure. Has he got a funky way of going, Robert Reed Jr., or is this the norm for Captain Ray?
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I wish he looked a little more smooth.
Yeah.
As my top selection.
Yes.
Yeah,
I agree.
mean, just to be perfectly honest, I mean,
right.
Captain Ray 3 starts back that he was claimed was an easy winner by 4 lengths. His other victory actually came on opening night at Grand River back in June. So he was a long time between drinks, and 2 for 18 on the season, and looks like he's warming out of that though, Sugar. Like you can see now he looks a little bit better.
I agree. When he first stepped out on track, he had a little hitch to his giddy up, but there he's not bad. He's not traveling 100% the way I'd want to see him, but he may be one of those horses that anything that could be troubling him, he maybe forgets about it as he moves behind the gate. We see it lots. I know, being down in Charlottetown and in Summerside, watching from the fence, I'm watching horses going behind the gate, and they just. Well, there's a lot to be desired when you see them go behind the gate, but as soon as they get there, they just forget about everything, and everything smooths right out. So maybe this horse is just coming around right now.
Yeah, it's true. And you know what? You mentioned that at Mohawk Park recently, Lion Sentinel, world champion, she did not, I don't think she paced a step before one of her big starts there. And when she went behind the gate, she was all business. So, horses can do that, right? But it looks better right now. Still, for me, 7 to 5 on a horse from post 5. I probably would say that I'm not overly confident right now in that top selection.
Yeah, I'm with you there. My top selection in here in race number 9 happens to be number 2, Doc Finelli. Now, I'm looking at the program lines, and I'm saying to myself, this horse is way better than what he shows, what he's been finishing. He doesn't have a top 3 finish in his program lines, but I know that he does his best work when on the lead. I've seen him race real tough here in London when on the lead, and we've already seen Boston and Kelly race a few horses tonight that have been they've been all right. So at 9 to 5, Doc Finelli, he's my top selection. I'm going to stick to it. Your thoughts?
Now, he might be the better direction right now, a couple ticks higher on the odds board, and you make good points. Post 6 and post 7 last 2, and you look last time, first time in the condition claimer, back in that spot tonight, but it looks like he just fades out of it to finish 5th, but he left out. It was second to a quarter on 26 and 3.5, 54 and 4. I sure don't think they'll be going that kind of speed tonight. And if he can ever just get down to the pylons with the lead, I mean, either cut it, set a 2-hole, he'll be tough in here. 8-5 on the board. I get behind that selection, Sugar.
Yeah, I'm going to stay with backing Doc Finelli, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossons here in race number 9. There's a few others that made your selections there, the 3 and the 4. Don Rankin Jr., veteran, a Longfellow Rankin here. He's got Dragon Teen and a winner last time out over Grand River in the Prospect Series. I believe that would have been a final.
Yeah, that was a final. Yeah, big upset winner, and it was an interesting journey too. Got away 7th off the gate, was overland for a bit, then dove to the inside, came up the passer lane to cost the upset at 36-1. And it's just interesting with this one for me is that I've seen this horse race pretty well in a couple spots over the course of the season, and now you get tagged into a condition claimer. I love it when horses move into the condition claiming ranks for the first time, and I look at Dragon Teen and just think, if the trip ever works out, it all comes down to trip with this horse. Maybe he can cause the upset. I was hoping for a bigger price though than 9-2. My third selection, but one that I think might have upset potential.
Yeah, Dragon Teen, Don Rankin Jr. when racing in London, he normally spots them well in his classes. Here's High Flying Jamie, one to consider for maybe a minor share. He's an early speed threat. We'll see how this son of Warwineedy gets along here in race number 9. I believe the starters calling them in now for race number 9. Again, it's the opening leg of a pick 3 play if you're wanting to fire in late. The 8-5 action continues on both 2, Doc Finelli, and the 6, Captain Ray. If we had to pick one on post-parade looks alone, we'd have to side with the 2, Doc Finelli, over the 6, Captain Ray. The starter has them moving in behind for the 9th. Here we go then. It's a Don't Exclude Me, Doc Finelli, Dragon Teen, High Flying Jamie, Captain Ray, Hokey Dokey for 6 starters on gate, plus 1 trailer, L'Argent Lester. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're rough. Speed from the inside. Doc Finelli chased up. Don't Exclude Me along the inside. Dragon Teen is going to be well spotted there in 3rd. Angled over into 4th was Captain Ray. Captain Ray now with pylon position. Coming ahead of L'Argent Lester, the back 2, High Flying Jamie, and Hokey Dokey. Single file and well strung out this field of 7. Doc Finelli. Been a while since he's cut one out. He's going to try to go downtown in London tonight. Doc Finelli at even money. Your post-time favorite tugging hard on Kelly into turn number 2. The lead is 2 full lengths to Don't Exclude Me, a long shot pocket sitter in 2nd. 3rd is Dragon Teen. It's a peek to the outside in 4th for Captain Ray, and he's going to go. Flushed out by High Flying Jamie. Then along the inside, it was L'Argent Lester. And the trailer was Hokey Dokey. The quarter-mile speed of 29-2, courtesy of Doc Finelli. Front-ending, freewheeling here for Kelly. Doc Finelli actually looks pretty comfortable up front. Second best continues to be Don't Exclude Me. Grit grinding away 3rd, Captain Ray. Inside to be 4th was a Dragon Teen. Towed up into it to 5th, High Flying Jamie. Then off the back end, Hokey Dokey. And along the inside was L'Argent Lester going up to 3/4. Doc Finelli finding another gear. Lets it out a notch, and he's chased up once again by Kelly. Doc Finelli, here comes High Flying Jamie with big strides in the late going. High Flying Jamie shoves the neck in front. Doc Finelli will try to dig down deep here. Racing out of 3rd, Don't Exclude Me. Sputtering out there in 4th was Captain Ray, and off the back end, Hokey Dokey. High Flying Jamie. Doc Finelli trying to come back. High Flying Jamie. High Flying Jamie for the win. Doc Finelli 2nd. Captain Ray stayed on for 3rd against Hokey Dokey. So it's the 4, High Flying Jamie on top, over 2, Doc Finelli, 6, Captain Ray third, and the 7, Hokey Dokey finished fourth. 4, 2, 6, 7. Here's the unofficial winner of race 9. It's the 4, High Flying Jamie, a 4-year-old big-outed son of War We Needy, and of Angel on the Wing, Babono's J. Owner, breeder, Gary Anderson of London. Winning trainer, driver, Drew Neal. High Flying Jamie there tonight in 1:58 and 2. Congratulations. Four, 2, 6, 7. Top 4 unofficial. Ninth race is official. High Flying Jamie, $13.90. Exactor, $32.30. Dollar Try, $32.90. Super for a buck, $142.65. The 20-cent return, $28.53. Don't Exclude Me was 6. Doc Finelli second. Dragon Teen fifth. High Flying Jamie was a winner. 5 at scratch. Captain Ray was third. Hokey Dokey fourth. Large on Lester 7. Fractions of 29 and 2, 58 and 4, 128 and 2, and the mile 158 and 2. High Flying Jamie from the top, 625, 1 scratch, 3, 4, 7. 2 more to go. Late double coming up. Group of Trotters. Field of 8 for a late double exactor try super. 10 minutes to post time. Pick 5 Will Pay is now on display, and we've got 4 of the 8 still live and in play for the final leg. Favorite to complete at number 3, Timeout Houdini on the huge class drop. Next choice in Pick 5 wagering was the 4 Red Hot Torch. So that one was looking pretty good there in the earlier warm-up portion of tonight's race card. Jason Ryan training and driving for Red Hot Torch. There was action as well for the 8 Shoulda Known Better, and a $13,000 plus return on a 20-cent wager should the 1 Wind Creek happen to get there for owner-trainer Katie Graham, Jay Harris on board. So there you have it. 4 of 8 of these trotters are live and in play to complete the Pick 5. Should the 2, 5, 6, or 7 happen to win this race, we'll be looking at a carryover into the early Pick 5 for this coming Friday night. We are 5 minutes away from race number 10. On the trot for the next one. Trotters on parade here. It's the 10th race. Late double exacta try super. You're looking at one, Wind Creek. It's owned and trained by Katie Graham. Jay Harris in the sulky. From post 2, Super T. John and Chris Yates sharing the ownership with John Training. Colin Kelly aboard. The stable Timeout Houdini group owning Steve Boston's Training with Travis Henry driving number 3, Timeout Houdini. Major class relief for this one. Number 4, Red Hot Torch, Jason Ryan, training and driving for a numbered Ontario Inc. And now this one I saw on the warm-up and looked really, really good. He was full of himself. Red Hot Torch for Jason Ryan in the 10th race. Here's 5, Muscles Aplenty, Rob Shepard on board for Patricia Gibb. The trainer's Joe Shaw. Mass Balance 6, Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Bill Leon. Then Jack Ray, owning and training 7, Neon Lights. Scott Ray on the lines. And the 8, Shoulda Known Better, Shane Arsenault, owning and training with Austin Sorey in the sulky. At your field of 8 on the trot, 4 race 10, a late double exactor try, and a superfecta current fave, number 3, Timeout Houdini at 7-5. And there is a look at Timeout Houdini, and major class relief, right? That's why I pegged him for the win. The hashtag Lou knows. Lou Sorella's got him on top. Robert Reed Jr. as well. The only one that didn't put him on top, Ontario Racing's selections, has the one, Wind Creek, to upset here in race number 10. For Timeout Houdini, the major class relief, it kind of jumps off the page, but he's been off form in recent starts now, Robert. I went back and checked his replay at Grand River for September 8th, where he had a pocket ride, and he just couldn't keep up, and he let up pretty good coming down the stretch as the favorite in that race, and then a lot to be desired from his last start. He'll need to turn things around tonight to be the serious 6-5 factor that he should be.
Yeah, this comes down to what do you believe, right, Sugar? Do you believe that he's just off form, or that he's been racing against horses that have just been too tough for him? You go back to that bottom line of the program. He won in the upper condition class at Grand River, which I think stacks up pretty well against this group, probably even a little bit tougher. And, you know, if it comes down to class relief, he should be able to go out there and beat this group without too much trouble. But I think you're right. There's a little bit of cause for concern there in his last few, because he hasn't really seemed to be that lively. But I do like the way he looks on the track right now.
He does look good. You know, he's put together well. This 5-year-old stallion, son of Cadabra, got a nice shine to him, so he's got to be healthy. Steve Boston's always does well with his trotters here in London. So the class relief alone, he might be able to beat them on memory alone. I just... I went back. I wanted to see that replay from 2 back where it looked like he had a great trip. I was wondering if he got caught in traffic or anything, but no, there was nothing in front of him. He just let go. And then last time out, post 7, he's in preferred action. It looks like they just went around with him. So now they've maybe got what they wanted. They wanted some class relief to build up his confidence. Maybe a heart-building win tonight for number 3, Timeout Houdini, as he takes the even money action.
And on top of all that, too, good post to work from, right? So like you said, last time post 7 at Grand River, that's almost an impossible spot. And if you look at even his posts in his last, 4 or 5 efforts, there's been some pretty difficult post assignments. And now, the 3-hole here in an easier spot. I mean, again, I think that if he's even, a shade of what he has shown earlier in the season, he can get the better of this group.
I agree. There's a few more to look at here. I know we both have the 4, 5, and 7 underneath the 3. This here 4, Red Hot Torch. Now, he caught my eye in the warm-ups about an hour ago when Jason Ryan was had him out and just, he's just out for a jog. But this horse was right on the bit. Red Hot Torch, one to consider here possibly.
He's an interesting one in here. 5-1 on the board right now, and 5 for 18 on the season. No seconds or thirds. Kind of a winner or kind of be nowhere type horse. And last time made a miscue and it didn't race too poorly. To be honest, he made a bit of a recovery and ended up getting a small share in 5th. So if Tamo Houdini ever stubs his toe in here, he could be the one to get the job done. And he's taking pretty serious support at 7-2. I'd say I put him in the 4th spot, but I wouldn't be surprised if he outperforms that projection.
Right on. We're going inside of a minute now. A few more maybe to think about. The 5 or 7. Here is 5. Muscles of Plenty, a daughter of Angus Hall. She's coming in off the scratch sick. It's been 2 to 3 weeks between starts, and yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I find it tough to back one that are coming in off a 6. And there's the 7 outside, the Neon Lights. Tell you what, Robert. There's the 2, 5, 6, or 7. One of those happens to win here. We've got a big carryover going into Friday evening.
Yeah, I mean, good luck to everyone who's alive, but for those who aren't, and I'm one of those, the carryover is always nice, isn't it? So, something that kind of you can look forward to if we ever were to see a carryover here, and surprising that there's some longer price horses that are alive, and some of the Neon Lights is one I think has a chance in here.
Yeah.
Post 7 and all.
Yeah.
And he's not even paying. It's right now at a price of 4-1.
Yeah, I was surprised to see a ticket sold on Wind Creek. There's over $13,000 coming back on a 20-cent return should the one happen to win. And then, like you said, 0 live action for the 7 Neon Lights, who's definitely worth a look in here for Team Ray, their hometown track. They are happy to be back. We are happy to be back as we bring you race number 10 on the trot. Again, the live horses to complete a late pick 5 are the 1, 3, 4, and 8. Best of luck if you're still going live into this final leg of the pick 5. And here we go then. Trotters in behind the gate. Wind Creek, Super T, Tamal Houdini, Red Hot Torch, Muscles of Plenty, Mass Balance, Neon Lights, Shoulda Known Better, Trails Out, 1/8 of a mile for the start. Picking up speed, here they come. And away they go. Tamal Houdini leaving on out of there. Muscles of Plenty with early speed and up between trotters. Red Hot Torch onto the opening 8. Tamal Houdini on top. Second best. Muscles of Plenty will look to pocket up. Muscles of Plenty slides in for the 2-hole ride. Red Hot Torch got settled into 3rd. Super T to race from 4th. 5th best away for Wind Creek. Back to 6th, it's Neon Lights. Mass Balance, the earliest trailer, was Shoulda Known Better. So they got single file for the 1/4 mile, and it's Timeout Houdini, possibly large and in charge here at 1-5. A 29-2 opening 1/4 mile frame for the class dropping Timeout Houdini. Gets away from the preferred types and looks all right here. Coming up to the half-mile marker, just strolling here. It's Timeout Houdini tugging on Henry. Second best, Muscles of Plenty, an uncovered bid now. Red Hot Torch gets underway with Super T to follow. Setting it up 3rd over. Wind Creek saving ground to gain a few positions here. It's Ray with Neon Lights. Also staying inside was Mass Balance. The trailer continues to be Shoulda Known Better. Half-timed up in a minute flat. Timeout Houdini in front. The lead is 2 full lengths to Muscles of Plenty, who fights on for 2nd against Red Hot Torch. On for 4th now is a Neon Lights. Gapping on the cover was Super T. 3/4 went by, and Timeout Houdini yet to see a serious challenger. Timeout Houdini, 129-3 was his 3/4. Battle on for 2nd. Muscles of Plenty and Red Hot Torch jumping it off, and down into the safety lane was Neon Lights. Timeout Houdini, reminders to keep on going. Timeout Houdini drops and pops tonight. He wins it on memory alone. Red Hot Torch, 2nd best. Muscles of Plenty 3rd, and it was tight for 4th between the 2, 6, and 8. Unofficial winner, Tamal Houdini here at 1-5. A 3, 4, 5, 6 superfecta. Couple of faves for first and second, and longest shot of the board shows up for fourth in the superfecta. 3, 4, 5, 6. Returning down in front, here is 3, Tamal Houdini, the 5-year-old the 5-year-old brown stallion, son of Kadabra, out of Lexus Hall by Conway Hall. For the stable Tamal Houdini group of Guelph, Ontario, Steve Boston's conditioned, and Travis Henry driven to win. Enjoyed that class relief this evening, getting away from the preferred 3 types to roll downtown in London. 2 minutes, 1/5, Tamal Houdini, his 8th career win, number 3 on the season. Congratulations. Tamal Houdini paid $2.40, exactor 5 even, dollar try $21.30, super for $1, $235.70, the 20 center worth $47.14. The pick 5 on to race 10, 20-cent pick 5 came back at $644.83, and that's an all right price considering we've got a 1-5 favorite, Tamal Houdini, to complete it. Congratulations if you cashed on that pick 5. Again, a nice payout with the heavy favorite to complete it. Wind Creek was 8th, Super T 5th, Tamal Houdini a winner, Red Hot Torch 2nd, Muscles of Plenty 3rd, Mass Balance 4th, Neon Lights was 7th, Should Have Known Better 6. Fractions of 29 and 2, a minute 1:29 and 3. The mile was 2 minutes and 1/5. Great rating there. Travis Henry aboard. Tamal Houdini from the top. 8, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 6. Race 11 finale. We've got preferred 3 pacers traveling the added distance of 1 mile and a 1/16. No changes on the finale. The exactor try, super high 5 play. Really looking forward to this one. 9 minutes to think about it. Alrighty, one final best bet on this evening's race card. This one for the hashtag Lunos. Lou Sorella selecting number 6, Groovy Joe, as his best bet. Facing much easier now, says Lou of Groovy Joe. And Lou thinks it's going to be go time tonight. Groovy Joe at 6-5, current favorite, and a best bet selection for Lou Sorella. It's a full field of 9, preferred 3 pacers. They'll race for a purse of 11,000. And they will travel the added distance of 1 1/16 for an exactor try and a super high five play. There you see the selections for Lou Sorella, Robert Reed Jr., Ontario Racing, myself. We're all chasing after number 6, Groovy Joe. And Robert, if you're with us, how did your first night as a Raceway team member go?
I think it went fantastic. I had a blast, Sugar. I really did. I love the racing action here at the Raceway. I mean, they race every single dash. There's no easy miles, which is great to see from someone who's a handicapper and a bettor. So I'm happy to see that. 3 top choices, best bet winner. We can do better next week. There's no question about that. But I'm really excited about this last dash because I love the preferred events. And on top of that, added distance. So I've bet, several hundred probably added distance races in my life. Yeah. But I've never been on a broadcast for one. So this is going to be the first time we'll break one down at an added distance.
Oh, very good then. Very good. The added distance, it gives those outside horses, I think, a lot. Well, I think they get a better chance if they've got gate speed. It's not hard to make front from an outside post. And you know what? When we used to go a field of 9 in a 1 mile test, that first turn it could get kind of crazy. It's a tight half-mile turn, this first turn in London. So the decision to go 1 1/16 with a field of 9, I think it gives the horses all kinds of time to settle, and it doesn't look as crowded normally watching a 9-horse field going into the first turn. When they get let go pretty much at the top of the stretch here, a lot of things can happen to get sorted out. Fine pylon position, and you know what? I mentioned if you've got any kind of speed at all on the outside post for 1 1/16, you've got a long straightaway there to gun for the lead.
Yeah, I think so, and that's why Groovy Joe I think should be tough to beat because post 6 to work from, but one that as Lou mentions, class relief and does have that early snap off the gate. So I think we'll see that from now on. But what else I have to say tonight is the social community on Twitter is incredible here for the Raceway, and I just want to thank everyone for the well wishes and the nice messages I got today. Hopefully they're still nice after the card. I'm hoping they will be because it's just 3 winners so far, but hey, I'm going to sharpen my pencil for next week, Sugar, because I'm looking forward to it already.
Well, we've had a great time conversing with you throughout the night. A very nice opener for our Tuesday, day 2. And you know what? We're hoping, maybe for a $400,000 wager coming in. And the early going, maybe we'll hit a 5. But I think we're going to be well up and over that. The wagering's been very strong in recent races. I mean, we've seen $70,000 and $80,000 wagers in total on a single race. That unheard of for day 2 on a race meet here in London. So kudos to you for joining us and being a part of this special night for us at the Raceway, and we look forward to continue on our conversing on the Tuesdays as we go forward into a brand new race meet here at the Raceway at Western Fair District. It appears the preferred 3 pacers for the added distance are on their way for a post parade. Stand by. Here we go. It's top class pacers for 1 1/16 added distance. Exactor try, super high five finale. Number 1, Living Large, Garrett Rounion for owner-trainer George Robinson. Here's number 2. This is Come On Barney, Alfie Carroll on board for Diane Sylvester, the trainer's Dwayne May. Quick Tour 3, Mike Horner. Training and driving for the ownership group of RAW Equine Inc., along with Mark Horner. Kerry Howard owns, Jeff Graham trains the 4, Mo Better, Johnny Hahn. Number 5, it's the Lone Ranger. Tonight it's Lauren House going back on board for Don and Heather McGregor. Peter Gore trains. Hut Racing Stable owning with Blake McIntosh, Ozzie McKay, and Hoofbid Racing. Blake does the training. Paul McKenzie drives 6, Groovy Joe. Outside post 7, JJ Powerball for Austin Sorey and Tammy Collings. Taylor Fritz trains. Austin is driving. Couple of trailers for the High Five. Number 8, Maintenance Man. Colonel Schneider Jr. owns. Cassidy Schneider trains. Rob Shepard up. And the 9, A Positive Hanover. It's owned, trained, and driven by Don Rankin Jr. So there you have it. It's a great-looking field. A preferred 3 types for a purse of $11,000. And again, the exactor try, Super High Five, added distance. Finale. Right there on your monitors, number 6, Groovy Joe. Now, I know a gentleman that knows this horse way better than I do, and that is our guest commentator, who is teamed up with us for Tuesday nights in London, Robert Reed Jr. Tell us about Groovy Joe. I like this horse. Lou likes this horse. Ontario Racing and yourself, we want to know more about Groovy Joe. Let's go.
Well, last couple starts, I think you can kind of just, overlook them because they were against, in pretty tough spots at Mohawk Park. 3 down, non-winners at 8,400 last 5. That was actually the mandatory High Five race, and I remember the race well because I put Groovy Joe in the 3rd spot. Didn't have it on that occasion, but he went to the top, and he was a real rock-solid winner on the front end. And when you look at this race, Sugar, that added distance, I think that he's going to have an easy time to kind of ramble off the gate and get to the front. Might not happen right off the switch, but I think he gets there, and he's going to be tough to beat. I think that, on paper and even off the replays, he kind of lays over them, and even money right now, if you look at all the multi-leg pools ending on him, that's even a bit of an overlay, I would say. I hate to say that about even money, geez, but I mean, he's actually bet down even heavier in all those other multi-leg pools.
Wow, so even money right now is a great price, says Robert Reed Jr. on the 6 Groovy Joe. We're getting a good look at him, the familiar red shadow roll for trainer Blake McIntosh. Ozzie McKay is on the ownership line there, and I imagine Ozzie, he could be watching, so glad you're with us, Ozzie, and we'll wish you luck with Groovy Joe. Blake McIntosh training, Paul McKenzie on board, and here he is just scoring down nice and easy. The outside post does not bother me. As mentioned, they've got a long straightaway here following the start at the top of the stretch, and could work in his favor, like you say.
Yeah, I think so. And, scoring down there, just kind of doing it easy. And I just think that, he's got that turn of foot to get to the lead. And I think that if he just gets there, at any point, really, he's going to be tough to haul down in here. The horse that intrigues me is right now on the screen, number 3, Quick Tour. Again, I know that you don't like the fact he's off of Vet Scratch Sick, and I don't either, but I put him in the 2nd spot. Coming from Mohawk Park as well, and one that I was kind of tracking, throughout his progress, because he started his season at Grand River racing really well. Still winless, 0 for 7, but has hit the board 4 times. Missed all 2020, but had one heck of a campaign as a 2-year-old back in 2019. So if he can just keep finding his best stride, I think he gets a big piece of it in here. And the post is a pretty good one to work from.
He does show that big trip in Grand River back in mid-July where he just got beat in 54-1. If he could find that kind of form or speed in this one, he could be tough. But as you mentioned, I like to stay away from these horses that have missed time. And now it's been about 6 weeks between starts for a Quick Tour. But the Horners, they look after their horses well. And this fellow looks all right. He's got a nice shine to him. Quick Tour, though, for me, I'm thinking may need a start or two, but I know you got him pegged for second. We'll wish you luck with that. Maybe a few other horses to be thinking about for the Super High Five. You've pegged number 5, the Lone Ranger, as one to consider there. I think you've got him picked for third. The 1, Living Large, Garrett Rooney, we're looking at right now. You've got him pegged for fourth, but he comes in from the Leamington, Sarnia way. He does show a 54 trip over Flamborough in early September, and that could put him right into the thick of things here.
Yeah, the pole position to work from. He's got some, difficult posts kind of throughout the his program lines there, including a trailing post last time. I love betting horses actually when they go from a trailing post to getting a nice starting spot with their nose on the gate. And Living Large is one that I did put in the fourth spot. I thought that he would take support in here, and he is right now down to second favoritism at 7-2. And I put him further down, really, my rankings, just kind of thinking I'd want to get some prices in between, because, you're going to put a horse that's going to be probably even money or so on top. You want to try to get some value on the ticket. So I think Living Large has a chance in here to land underneath. But for me, 7-2, I got to try to get a bigger number in the second spot.
I got you. I say it all the time as well. If you're betting the chalk on top or the favorite here at even money, you want to try to look for some value in behind him. Maybe the 7, JJ Powerball. He does have a victory last time out over Flamborough. He does have the early speed. He can come from the back. Here's an extreme long shot at number 5, the Lone Ranger. Now, you look through his program lines, nothing but first and second throughout, but those are trips over Sarnia and Leamington. You're not facing the Bearcats at Grand River or Flamborough, so it gets a bit easier, but the Lone Ranger is form as well.
Yeah, I think the Lone Ranger is the horse that you might want to use on the ticket here. 23-1 to me is a pretty big overlay. I put him in the third spot, and he's got speed off the gate. We see it. He's gotten away no worse than third in his last 5 that we see in the program there, and he's been hitting the board with consistency. He's finished in the top 2 9 out of 20 times this season, so I'm okay with him as a play in the second, third, fourth spot. That might be the way to approach this, because he might add some serious value right now as one of the longest shots on the board.
Alrighty, it appears the starter is looking for the horses to line up here. Odds-on favorite status here for Groovy Joe, a top selection. And yes, indeed, co-owner Ozzie McKay is tuned in. He says, go, Joe, go. So wishing the connections of Groovy Joe here all the best in our preferred 3 added distance finale. Robert Reed Jr., it's been a slice. We'll look forward to picking things up where we left off right here next Tuesday evening at the Raceway. Thanks so much. Here we go then, added distance finale, preferred 3 types, top of the stretch. There, Rough, watching for Groovy Joe. In the center, Quick Tour left out. Along the inside, a Living Large. So Quick Tour and Horner do make a front. Getting away into second here, that is Mo Better, an extreme long shot here. Will ride up close. It's going to be Groovy Joe, though, to grab control as he straightened for the backside run. Oh, he took some late action. I think it was 4-5, and just like that, he is now 1-5, and front-ending them here at the quarter mile. Groovy Joe and Paul McKenzie already with a 3, make it 4-length lead now. The quarter mile speed, 28-4, so Groovy Joe obviously very comfortable here. Quick Tour is second best. Extreme long shot. Mo Better continues to tow up there in third. Living Large gets underway. He's fourth, and now will provide cover to JJ Powerball. A Positive Hanover sets it up third over. Along the inside, the Lone Ranger. Back markers here are Maintenance Man. And come on, Barney. Groovy Joe had them by the half in 57-2. It's Quick Tour continuing to be second best out there. Highlined out of third is a Living Large. Mo Better chased up out of fourth. JJ Powerball continues to come along there. He's fifth on the outside. A Positive Hanover swinging a wide 6 to buried 7. 7th for the Lone Ranger. Then it's back to Maintenance Man and the Triller. Come on, Barney. This is Groovy Joe, and he has found another gear that the rest don't have in here. He put up 3/4 in 1:26 and 4. Groovy Joe turns it on. The lead is 5 open lengths. JJ Powerball now on for the deuce. Living Large is racing at a third. A Positive Hanover is holding down a fourth to the mile. Groovy Joe and Mackenzie just had too much pony here. Second best was JJ Powerball. Then came Living Large. A Positive Hanover. Mo Better at 45-1 is going to round out the high five. For the high five, 67194. 67194. It's unofficial. Here we go. Back down in front returns the unofficial winner of race 11, the preferred 3 top class at a distance event. Groovy Joe, 4-year-old. Bay Stallion by Roll with Joe out of Chocolate Mouth by Jate Lobel. Owned by Hut Racing Stable, Blake McIntosh, Ozzie McKay, and Hookbid Racing. Blake does the training. Paul McKenzie on board for this top class victory as Groovy Joe wires them up at the added distance. Congratulations. Going official here then in the finale. 260 to win for the heavy favorite Groovy Joe. Exactor 11 even. That's all right. Dollar try 16.50. The high five for 20 cents. $160.84. Late pick 4 on to race 11. The dollar ticket 132.25. 20 center worth 26.45. It's a late double 4 even. The pick 3 for 20 cents. 427. Here's your rundown. Living Large, 3rd. Come on, Barney, 7th. Quick Tour was 9th. Mo Better, 5th. The Lone Ranger finished 8th. Groovy Joe was a winner. JJ Powerball, 2nd. Maintenance Man, 6th. A Positive Hanover, 4th. 28 and 4. 57 and 2. 126 and 4. The added distance of 1 1/16 was covered in 2:04 by Groovy Joe. His 14th career win and number 4 on the season. From the top, a 3-7-9-5-8-1-2-6-4. And that's a wrap for our Tuesday evening card. The Raceway at Western Fair District. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, and always strong play at the windows and through betting platforms this evening. We thank you for the business. We are very happy to be back open and running horses here at the Raceway in London, Ontario, Canada. Next card of live racing comes up on Friday. It's an earlier start time of 4:50 Eastern. It's 11 races on tap. I've got my selections posted already on our website at westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. We'll upload the free program tomorrow so you can get a head start on capping up Friday evening's card here at the Raceway. And again, thanks so much to horse people putting on a great show tonight. And for the horse players and the racing fans, spectators, thank you for being with us tonight. Couldn't do it without you. From the eye in the London sky, I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great night.